Welcome to Eternal Realm Recap, where legends are reborn. Before we dive into the tale, let's uncover the heart of the story. The Central Plains fell to the Demon Realm's invasion. Dragged into hell itself, Sa Bigong endured death's edge, only to awaken 10 years before the war began. Now, he must restore order to the Murim, forge the undefeatable core, and rewrite the past to safeguard the future. This time, the legend awakens, and the journey begins. 249 years ago. A huge dimensional gate opened in the skies. Then they descended. The ones who would be called demons in the future. After descending, they declared that they were invading mankind. That marked the beginning of the invasion of demons. Realizing how dire the situation was, the Orthodox Alliance formed the Orthodox Heaven Demon Extermination Corps, and declared that they would be subjugating the demons. 3 days later, they ran into the Demon Corps in Manhwa and were wiped out. 1 year later. In that 1 year, half of the people in Central Plains were slaughtered. The Orthodox and unorthodox Murim worked together to form the last line of resistance in Sichuan. The battle took place over half a month. 90% of the resistance army was killed, and Central Plains Murim was officially wiped out. The remaining survivors became slaves and were dragged to the demon realm. I, too, was captured and dragged there. 5 years later, I, who was unable to use inner energy from birth, was categorized as a rare species. Through various experiments and brainwashing, I became a part of the demon realm's subjugation army. After that, decades passed. I invaded other dimensions and carried out slaughters. I killed more, and killed even more. 75 years after I became a slave soldier, I was recognized for my contributions and became a commander among the demons. 120 years after I was promoted to a commander. I finally found out about that. I wasted 50 years trying to find the conditions and methods to manifest it. And 65 years after that, I started the rebellion I had meticulously prepared. 1 week after the rebellion started. Present. The rebellion has failed. What a disappointment. You risked all the contributions you have accumulated just for a rebellion of this level? Demon King Tarrant. Schwitz von Grentel. Don't call me by that fucking name. My name is Sa Bigong. I really don't understand. I've observed humans like you this whole time. While the abilities and talents you possess are measly, you always had a tenacious obsession with surviving regardless of the situation. That's your only strength. But why have you decided to act so recklessly after all this time? Because I had to experience it at least once. In order to gain definite victory the next time we fight, I have no choice but to fight you at least once. That sounds pretty interesting, but it's also a foolish way of thinking. Did you think I'd give you a second chance? You'll die here today. I will not be killed by you. Time regression. The authority of Nuzerin, an ancient evil god. I see. The reason why you endured your defeat and humiliation quietly for 200 years was all for this. Just you wait and see, fucking asshole. Next time round, I'll prepare even more thoroughly and beat the shit out of you. All of you cursed demons will die. I look forward to that. The only human I've acknowledged. Central Plains Murim. Time left until the demon invasion. Is 10 years. Orthodox Alliance Martial Arts Academy. Dragon Spring Academy. I can't believe lightning struck out of nowhere. Yeah. And it was powerful enough to destroy the training ground's roof. Even so, we should be relieved that only that loser got injured. Loser? The vice instructor who was an orphan that physician Jean Beck brought back. They say he was the one who was struck by that lightning a few days back. The martial arts instructor who can't use inner energy? From what I heard, he wasn't injured badly, though. Coo. It'd have been better if he was injured badly. Because today is his public execution. Starting now. The duel for the Spear Assistant Instructor position of the Dragon Spring Academy will officially begin. On one side, we have the current Assistant Instructor. Spear Assistant Instructor, S.A. Begung. His opponent will be his challenger who was recommended for the Assistant Instructor position. Invincible Divine Spear, Meng Sandiak. There was a request to verify the abilities of Assistant Instructor S.A. Begung. So this duel will determine who deserves to be the Assistant Instructor. Both of you are to fight with your honor as a martial artist on the line. Ho ho. You seem better than I expected. From what I heard, you got struck by lightning out of nowhere. I thought you were just making up some excuse to avoid fighting me. Invincible Divine Spear, self-proclaimed. Meng Sandiak. Martial art, Bull Demon Spear art. But since you still appeared, I'll put an end to this quickly on account of your bravery. Or you could just surrender. In the very far future, there was an instructor of a certain martial arts academy who couldn't use inner energy. Unfortunately, that was because he was born with that trait. But it can't be helped. He was naturally looked down upon by others. In the end, that incompetent instructor who was known as the shame of Martial Arts Academy suffered a horrible defeat in a public duel. He got his instructor position stolen and was left to do menial jobs and errands. He suffered truly terrible days. What nonsense are you going on about now? Well, to sum things up, I've waited fucking long for this moment. You ugly asshole. Bastard. How dare you act so arrogantly? I was going to let you keep some of your pride since you're an instructor. It's time for you to pay for that arrogant mouth of yours. Bull Demon Spear Art. First form. The sensation I was supposed to feel on my spear. I don't feel anything. While that looked pretty decent. You need to land it for it to do anything, no? You bastard. What happened? How could he dodge the Bull Demon Spear art I've trained for decades so easily? I was told he was weak. But this is totally different from what I've heard. TSK, that was so slow. How can you teach anyone with those skills of yours? It can't be true. He must have just gotten lucky. Die. Bull Demon Spear Art, 4th form. There's no way that half-assed spear technique can block mine. Fire. Ball. Fur. What? The duel is over. The victor is Assistant Instructor S.A. Begung. Ah! Water! Water! I was captured alive by the demons. I was dragged to the demon realm and survived however I could for centuries. In the process of that, I realized something very important. What do you think of my Heat Yang arts? High-level magic. This martial art is known as Fireball. Is indistinguishable from martial arts. That was a good fight. What was that just now? Was that really martial arts? I think he called it Heat Yang Finger Arts. Yes, sir. What just? What kind of nonsense? Congratulations, Instructor S.A. Begung. You won this fight. However, I thought you couldn't use internal energy? That. It was a stroke of luck. Luck? A few days ago, I ate some herb I had never seen before on a walk. Then suddenly, I could use internal energy. Thankfully, I have a bunch of internal ener. You? Are you kidding us? How dare you spout such nonsense to your elders? Are you insulting all of us right now? It is your choice on whether to believe it. Though, what does it matter? What? Did I cheat in the duel? It was a fight for the position of teaching spearmanship. But there was no rule to fight only using spears. I don't know why I have to be interrogated like this when I won fair and square. You. Calm down. You're too worked up. You're right. AzureAskins.com. You won this fight. Then since you won, you will. Sorry to interrupt. But since everyone is here, I have a request to make. A request? I officially request for a test. To be promoted to an official instructor. That's him, right? The one from the duel. What? Really? The Dragon Spring Academy. One of many martial training halls set up by the Orthodox Alliance to prevent hardship in the Jianghu Murim. Its purpose is to raise martial artists who will become the pillars of the Orthodox Alliance in the future. They take in children between the ages of 15 and 18 from sects and clans that are at least decently big. The instructors are composed of martial masters from the Orthodox Alliance. They are divided into assistant instructors and senior instructors. The assistant instructors are more assistants than they are instructors. For them to actually teach the children. What happened? How are you suddenly able to use internal energy? What have you done? Dragon Spring Academy. Recovering Body Pavilion Master. Gene Beck. He's not an instructor, but a physician who takes care of patients. I already said that it was a stroke of luck. Nonsense. You know that I have treated you for a long time. Since the day I learned that you couldn't use internal energy. I have tried every possible method to fix you. But if it was something that could be fixed so easily, then how useless of a physician am I? I know better than anyone that you were hated by others because of that. I'm too ashamed to face you now. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. He hasn't changed at all. He is someone who was like a parent to me. 542 years ago. No, I guess it would be 15 years ago now. He was the person who ran into flames to save a dying child amidst a bandit ambush. He was also the one who ended up losing his own life trying to save others on that day too. However, this time, recovering Body Pavilion Master. I will make sure that he does not die. You don't need to blame yourself. Don't worry about me either. You. Just trust me. I'll resolve all problems from now on. When I regressed, I lost over 90% of my mana. The best I can muster right now is about the fourth circle? How disappointing. It had taken me centuries to reach the eighth circle. No, I should be grateful that I even have my mana. Yes. I am back. From that hell. The history of Jiang Morim has been reversed. And the demons have yet to invade. However, the keyword is yet. Exactly 10 years from now, the demons will begin invading. When that happens, the Jianghu Murim will fall again. However, it will be different this time. Since I still have my 300 years worth of memories. Information on the demon army, such as the kind of magic they use, the artifacts and weapons they prepared for the invasion. And most importantly, how to take down. Are you in there, begone? Yes, Pavilion Master. What is it? Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyong is looking for you. Right now? And he asked you to deliver that message to me? I don't mind. I'm more worried about you. I think it's about your request for a promotion. You should watch out. I'm sure the test will be hard. And since Meng Sandiak, the person he recommended, lost like that, I'm sure he doesn't have any good feelings toward you. Anyway, why did you suddenly decide that you want to become an official instructor? It's the first step to fixing this academy. Once upon a time, the Dragon Spring Academy was renowned enough to be considered the best out of the top 3 orthodox martial academies. However, 2 years ago, the academy master as well as one of the top 10 martial masters suddenly went missing. The academy searched for him for 2 years to no avail. As it was hard to replace someone as skilled as him, the Dragon Spring Academy lost their fame as a result. Additionally, let me check for the last time. Assistant Instructor S.A. Begong. Are you serious about your request for promotion? Blade Technique Senior Instructor. Vice Academy Master. Cheon Semyong. This piece of shit. Of course, Vice Academy Master. Is the accelerant of the fall of the Dragon Spring Academy? Day of the Demon's Invasion. Great ruptures opened up from all sides. And monsters that were never seen before began killing people left and right. Monsters. It marked the beginning of the invasion of the otherworldly species that we came to call the demon race. The young disciples of the Dragon Spring Academy. Don't come near me. Were ruthlessly killed by the monsters. That day. Instructor Dung, hurry. If Cheon Semyong, the vice master of the academy, hadn't run away first. If he had just reported the situation. If he had activated the defense system in the academy. It would have prevented so many deaths. I can still vividly recall the screams of the disciples that were sacrificed that day. Though, that has yet to happen because I am back in the past. But I will never forget your disgusting, hypocritical face. You called for me, Vice Academy Master? Then, I'll tell you about the test. For you to become a senior instructor. It's to raid the Demonic Knight Stronghold. The Demonic Knight Stronghold? You mean the bandits in the mountain behind us? Yes, kill them. That is your test. Demonic Knight Stronghold. They are a group of bandits located in the old sacred mountain situated not far from the Dragon Spring Academy. Due to reports of frequent damages caused by this bandit group, there is an order to raid the bandits for the sake of the civilians. Signed by Dragon Spring Academy Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyeon. HM. Well, alright. But what does this have to do with being an instructor? Cheon Semyeon. Dragon Spring Academy Vice Academy Master. Obviously. This concerns the most basic of requirements of an instructor. Senior instructors are the main force of the academy. Dung Boyoung. Dragon Spring Academy. Blade Technique Senior. Instructor. All the senior instructors of the academy are considered martial masters. Blade Technique Senior Instructor Lightning Blade Cheon Semyeon. Blade Technique Senior Instructor Tyrannical Tiger Blade Dung Boyoung. They have all been officially recognized by the Orthodox Alliance. Archery Technique Senior Instructor Soul Chasing Arrow and BYUK. Sword Technique Senior Instructor Dark Shadow Divine Sword Sangpilji. They have all accomplished great things, such as eliminating evil demonic martial artist leaders or taking down bandits. Yeah. I get it. So how long do I have? You arrogant little. How dare you behave so rudely? Exactly 2 weeks. If you are late even by a day, you will forever lose your chance for a promotion. 2 weeks? See you in 3 days. I'll be back. That little. Vice Academy Master. Are you really going to promote that arrogant kid? If he really does succeed. No need to worry, Instructor Dung. Our poor little assistant instructor S.A.B. Gung will never come back. Ha? What do you mean? Cheon Semyeon, you fake bastard. You think I don't know what you're plotting? Demonic Knight Stronghold. It was during this period that the Green Forest Alliance began to rise in fame. People don't know much about them yet. At the moment, IT is not a big organization. The real problem is. Ha? Are you serious? The head of the Green Forest Alliance is a Peak Realm Martial Master? Demonic Knight Stronghold Master, A.K. Gujium. He's no ordinary bandit leader. Even the Orthodox Alliance thinks that. But he's actually a former leader of an unorthodox sect called the Heaven Destroying Sect. People think that he was killed by traitors a few years ago. But he actually managed to survive. He tracked down and killed every single one of the traitors. Because of how cruel his revenge was, even the unorthodox Murim put out a bounty for his head. He's been hiding and came here recently. But how do you know all this? Who? Why is that important? S.A.B. Gung surely was impressive today during the duel. But that was only possible because he had been hiding his true skills. However, this test is a real situation. It's not a duel. I'm sure he won't make it back alive. Well. Levitation. If this A.K. Gujium is just as I remember. Fourth circle magic isn't enough to defeat him. Oh. Then the solution is simple. I'm here. I'll increase my mana. And circle up. My experience and knowledge in magic is already 8th circle, after all. Search. This looks like a normal cliff. But it is actually a barrier. Made of mana. I'm in the right place. No one could have ever imagined that there are multiple places like this in the Central Plains. Hidden behind mana barriers. I knew it. Special grade mana stone. Demons. Intelligent creatures of the otherworld that repeatedly invade and conquer other dimensions. This was made possible because of the dimensional travel technology. However, there is one fatal flaw. In the process of going through the dimensional portal, The time taken for a living being and a non-living being differs way too much. Even the demons were unable to fix this problem. In the end, this is the solution they came up with. In the worlds they planned to invade, they secretly planted equipment they would need in the future. This mana stone is the source of their power. It recovers their mana. It is useless for someone from the central plains since they cannot use mana. Well, at least until now. Stronghold Master. IT. Doesn't seem like anything is amiss. Are you saying that I made a mistake? Gasp. And not at all. I'm just. Shut up and search thoroughly. I definitely felt an explosion of energy here. Demonic Knight Stronghold Master. Former leader of the Heaven Destroying Sect. A.K. Gujium. Losers like you would never know, but I knew it. You really are a peak realm martial master. I believed in you, Demonic Knight Stronghold Master. Who are you? Me? An instructor of the Dragon Spring Academy. Dragon Spring Academy? The Dragon Spring Academy? But what is an instructor from there doing here? Shut your damn mouths. If you're speaking the truth. Are you saying that you were the cause of that great energy explosion earlier? What if I was? Then I'll kill you. That's why I came here. Is that so? What a coincidence. I came here to kill you too. You better avenge your subordinates. You. Who are you? What? I already told you. I'm an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. I can't believe it. This bastard. He's not struggling against me at all. You bastard. How dare you make me use this power on you? Do you know what kind of power this is? After I was thrown off a cliff by the traitors, I had collected all this innate core energy, dreaming of revenge. Who asked? What? I don't care about the lore. Of some useless villain. What? Astral chain. Struggling is futile. The moment it touches you, it sucks away at your internal energy. It was a spell specially designed to take down martial artists. You bastard. Where did you learn such sorcery? Are you from the demonic cult? I said it's magic, not sorcery. Well, I shouldn't expect much from some bandit idiot. You damned. Dying in a place like this. What? Do you have regrets? Yes. I have yet to get my revenge. Those bastards who manipulated my subordinates when I was still in the heaven-destroying sect. The reason I was working with those disgusting Orthodox Alliance guys. And the reason I was cooped up in this mountain recovering my power. It was all so that I could get revenge. All of that was. Wow. You were so determined. That's how revenge should be done. Slowly, thoroughly. Without giving up. Are you mocking me right now? What would you know? You're just some kid who grew up comfortably. Comfortably? Does it really seem that way? What the hell? He's not just some ordinary insane man. It seems like something is fundamentally wrong with him. All right. I'll let you experience it too. The hell that I went through for 200 years. What is this place? What the hell did that crazy bastard do to me? How's that? That's the future you will experience in 10 years. Kill. Kill me. Kill me. Please. I can't handle it. AzureAskins.com. Yeah, I understand. But someone needs to do it. Damn it. I can't believe it. How's that? I didn't think you'd believe me if I only brought the sword, so I brought his head as well. Now, then. We should discuss my new duties as a senior instructor. This is nonsense. What is going on? He was the shame of the academy until just a few days ago, but now he's a senior instructor? Fist Technique Senior Instructor Yeo Wonjin. Instructor Dung, did he really raid the demonic night stronghold on his own? Archery Technique Senior Instructor Un Byuk. I went to Old Sacred Mountain myself in the morning. Blade Technique Senior Instructor Dung Boyoung. I found the corpses of the bandits, as well as AK Gujiams, where SAB gang said they would be. I don't know how. But everyone other than AK Gujiam had their throats sliced with just one attack. Nonsense. He was an instructor for spear techniques. Are you saying that he was hiding sword techniques too? That's just utter nonsense. Then are you saying that my eyes have deceived me? You can go check for yourself if you can't trust me. Enough. What are you all doing right now? I'm sorry. Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyeon. It doesn't make sense no matter how I think about it. AK Gujiam is at least a peak realm martial master. I met him myself and confirmed that fact when I was relaying an order from the Orthodox Alliance to him. But for SAB Gong to kill him in just one night? Along with all of his subordinates, at that? That's something even I can't do as a fellow peak realm martial master. Did Jean Beck help him? No. That old man isn't that skilled. I'll have to look into it further. Instructor Dung. Can you still get in touch with the Ghost Shadow Manor? You mean the Ghost Shadow Manor? One of the biggest assassin organizations of Murim. They are known for doing anything as long as they are paid accordingly. Put in a request. Tell them to find out everything they can about SAB Gong, even what he does on a daily basis. I understand. Are you really going to promote him to senior instructor? Don't worry about it, Instructor Yeo. I have an idea. What is this? This is the list of disciples he will be in charge of once he is promoted. Oh ho! I see. Oh ha ha ha. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You've come up with such a brilliant idea. Hoo. I put my position to good use. He might give up his job before the Ghost Shadow Manor even gets anything out of him. Cock. That's possible since he has so little experience. Instructor Dung, you gave these lists to Instructor SA2, right? Yes. I gave it to him right before this meeting. What did he say? What would he know even if he saw it? He just smiled and said he got it. Those old geezers are idiots. They're doing everything I expected them to do. I regressed to this time and place for a reason. After learning about Nuzerin's power of time regression, I wondered to myself hundreds, if not thousands of times. What should I do to prepare for the demon's invasion? The enemy is an army that has already conquered countless dimensions. Only being one person has its limits. There are many things I can do. But in the end, the best thing I could do was to raise an army. Not some weaklings like the ones that died before my regression, but a powerful army that has learned all kinds of magic and martial arts. The guys that have been marked as troublemakers among the first-year disciples. Although they are definitely talented, their personalities have been getting in their way. That, or they're not talented. Or were neglected because they don't come from prestigious families. I assumed the old geezers thought that I wouldn't be able to handle them. But those old geezers never would have imagined that the two heroes who did the best during the demon's invasion. One was a martial master who reached the evolutionary realm in his late 20s. The last hope of Nyoram that led the alliance against the demons. Heavenly Sword Alliance leader. The other was a talented archer who led a squad specialized for assassination and patrolling, and assassinated the most demons on his own. Demon-slaying divine archer. Nice to meet you. Those two heroes. I'm your instructor starting today. Are here right now in front of me. Our external arts training isn't over yet. Get up. First year Camellia class, second son of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency. Gok Burke. Please stop. Burke. Dragon Spring Academy, first year Camellia class, eldest son of the One-Star Sword Clan. Tan Lijung. What's up with you? Someone might think I'm bullying you. You should be thankful, you bastard. I'm showing a weakling like you my Dragon Tiger Mountain splitting fist arts. It's just the swordsmanship that my One-Star Sword Clan teaches. What? The One-Star Sword Clan? Those shitty martial arts you couldn't even properly use against me? You want to keep learning that? You? Hey! Stop clenching your fists, you motherfucker! If not, then shall we do another duel? No way. That's enough, Gok Burke. The exam period will soon commence. So stop causing unnecessary commotions. First year Camellia class, destructive sword, Yun Clan, second son. Yun Wuqiang. Gosh, okay. Consider yourself lucky. Thanks. Yun Wuqiang, Gok Burke, Tan Lijung cadets? Yes, what is it? This is sudden. But Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyon let me know that you all will not be in the Camellia class anymore. Instead, you will be transferred to a newly created class. What? Welcome, cadets. I am your instructor from today onwards. Just what's happening? Ha! Stop fucking around. It's flustering enough that we had to suddenly move classes. But now we're under this half-assed instructor? You think I'll listen to such a shitty order? Your choice of words while talking with the head instructor is quite insolent. Cadet Gok Burke. Fuck off. I don't know what bullshit you pulled to become a senior instructor. But I have no plans on learning from a bastard who couldn't even use internal arts until recently. Academy Rules Article 3, Clause 5. Blink. What? If a cadet shows bad behavior, you can punish them with the goal of guidance. You shit-faced bastard. Swearing and violence towards a superior. Using internal arts during class without permission. But the worst of all, this pathetic martial arts ability. Hey! Get up! My guidance isn't over yet. How can that happen? That's the same Gok Burke who's ranked at the top among the new students in external arts training. To think he's losing so unilaterally, as if he's a child. You son of a titch. Gosh. TCH. What kind of nasty state is this starting from the first class? Too bad. I guess. It is the role of the instructor to hold back their tears and educate. This is a little excessive against a cadet. Instructor S.A. Begung. So this is when you finally decide to move. Young Master Yun Wukyung. Yun Wukyung. Before regression Heavenly Sword Alliance leader. Yun Wukyung of first year, Camellia class. Second son of the destructive Sword Yun clan, one of the prestigious clans in the Central Plains. From a young age, he was recognized within the clan as a martial arts genius. And even among the new students of Dragon Spring Academy, he displayed overwhelming skill. His talent was far beyond what the Dragon Spring Academy could contain. At the mere age of 20, he achieved the feat of becoming the youngest in history to become a Supreme Peak Martial Master. And was ranked among the top 10 martial masters of the Orthodox Alliance. Originally, he should have lived a brilliant life. Revered as one of the absolute martial masters of the Central Plains and admired by all. But that is if they had never appeared. From the early stages of the demon invasion, he participated in more battles than anyone else. But soon, the Yun clan became the target of concentrated attacks from the demons and was annihilated. All members of the clan except for him were brutally slaughtered. Even so, he did not collapse in despair or grief like others. He traveled across the Central Plains, fighting countless battles with the demons, gathering survivors, and forming an allied force that transcended both orthodox and unorthodox sects. Then in such a hopeless situation where everything was against them, he led the remaining martial artists in a desperate final resistance. I still remember it. He always charged to the front lines of the battlefield, and whenever he unleashed his dazzling sword energy, even massive demonic beasts that seemed to cover the sky were cut down in an instant. Undoubtedly, he was the hero and final hope of the Central Plains. Although now he's just another snobbish noble brat from a prestigious clan. So you finally decided to move that heavy ass of yours, young Master Yun Wukyung? This is quite amusing. Instructor S.A. Begung. Why? I'm surprised that the assistant instructor who couldn't even use internal energy until recently suddenly got so strong? Sure, that's unexpected. But the fact that all you can do with that newly acquired power is to show off in front of cadets. That's just pathetic. Fuck. How embarrassing. Is that also because of those so-called fated encounters? Sharp one, aren't you? Why? Are you curious? If you obediently follow my training from now on, I might just tell you. No thanks. That won't be necessary. I don't know what kind of trick you pulled to suddenly change class rosters like this. But I'll be submitting a formal complaint to the academy about the person responsible. I have no interest in learning from someone who's puffed up with arrogance from a lucky stroke of fortune. Look at you running your mouth like you're something special. So, you think there's nothing to learn from me? What if I told you that in just 10 days of my training, this guy here could be strong enough to beat you? What did you just say? I'll repeat it as much as you want. After just 1 week of my training, this pathetic weakling, the one you consider beneath a bug, will be able to chew up and spit out a frog in a well like you. That's what I said. Instructor, what the hell? Are you insane, URP? Are you really willing to take responsibility for those words? Of course. Shall we make a bet? In 10 days, you and this guy will face each other in an official spar. If he wins, you'll follow my training without another word. If you win, you can do whatever you want. You can make me leave the academy, apologize, or kneel and beg. I'll do anything. Something I want? From you? There's nothing I need from you. However, you better be prepared for the match that happens 1 week from now. Damn it, you startled me. You're way too noisy. Instructor? Instructor? What the hell did you just do? Look at you overflowing with energy. Calm down and let go of me. I'll explain. Why would you have me fight Yun Wuqian? Are you out of your mind? What did I do to deserve this? Let go of me, you little brat. Well, looks like today's class is cancelled. All cadets, you're dismissed for now. The schedule for the next class will be sent to you individually by tomorrow. Geez. What the hell is going on? Sob. I'm doomed. A public spar. You just need to win. Why are you assuming you'll lose? Sigh. During my first public spar after enrollment, I lost to Gokberg. And I mean, badly. Since then, he's tormented me every day. But did you know? Even that monster, Gokberg, couldn't land a single hit on Yun Wuqian. He was utterly defeated. Yun Wuqian. Yeah, he's definitely something else. Even without the backing of the Yun clan, his martial arts talent alone is truly one of a kind. If you already know that, then why? Don't worry. You are stronger than him. First year Camellia class. 1-star sword clan Dan Lijiang. Pardon? Before the regression. Demon slaying divine archer. No. Let's say there really is nothing we can do about our class and head instructor suddenly changing. But why do I have to engage in a public duel with Yun Wuqian? You still don't understand the flow? You have to win at the duel for me to prove my abilities. That's your problem. What do I earn from getting swept up into this? Revenge. Pardon? Didn't you used to always get beat up by that big bastard? How? Did you know? How did you feel when I beat that dipshit up recently? Were you excited? Did you feel refreshed? Did it feel so great, you were exhilarated? Or did you feel mad that you couldn't get revenge yourself? You said so yourself. Even that Gokbur can't touch a hair on Yun Wukyung's head. But what if you become so strong, you can beat Yun Wukyung? Then even someone like you would easily be able to take revenge with your own hands. How about it? Wouldn't that be a good present for the current you? If I really can become strong like you say, then I'll do it. Of course. This is unrelated to Gokbur. What I want is simply to become stronger than I am now. Fine. Let's see. Let's check your skill level right now. Think that you're fighting Yun Wukyung right now. And wield your martial arts to their fullest. Keep going. Don't stop. At full force. Pathetic. Do you know what your problem is right now? While carrying out the basic moves, for some reason, my internal energy keep dispersing. At first, I thought I'd learned my clan's martial arts incorrectly, so I tried to confirm it several times. However, there were no problems with my basic moves. Then I thought perhaps there was an issue with my Dantian or Meridian points. So I had it checked out multiple times back in my clan. Still, there was nothing. Maybe I just lack talent. Or perhaps I have an unknown illness. No, it's not that. You just have your Meridian points spread further than others. Pardon? What does that? Is it hard to understand? Like I said, you were born with your Meridian points more spread out in your mind meridian than most. Normally, it's considered a rare constitution that has more advantages than disadvantages. However, since you're still young and you lack the internal energy, you're experiencing an issue. You must be aware that all martial artists must discharge their internal energy created in their dantians through their meridian points. But since you have wider meridians compared to others and mediocre amounts of internal energy, your internal energy's power doesn't focus properly. That is why your internal energy keeps dispersing. This is my first time hearing about this. Makes sense. After all, it's information I only heard by coincidence. This atmosphere. Does he have some kind of story behind it? Well, I'll end the explanation here. Now that you know the problem, we have to fix it. There's a way to fix it. Of course. It's very simple, actually. Compared to other people, you lack power because of your wide meridian points. Which means you can resolve it by increasing the amount of internal energy you have. Since we can't increase your internal energy in such a short period of time though, there's only one method I can teach you right now. Keep gathering internal energy. Right until you start your basic moves. Once you've gathered enough, you'll be able to display your true power. Instructor, did you see that? My internal energy really didn't disperse. Yeah. I saw it properly, so you can be at ease before you collapse. Collapse? I've never felt so energetic before. In my life. I suddenly collapsed? Why? How do you feel? Instructor. I have no strength left in my body. It's a minor side effect from channeling your full power for the first time. You've never properly used your mind meridians before. So your unadapted body was shocked. Well, it's nothing to worry too much about. The side effects will naturally go away after a few months. I see. A few months. Wait, hold on. A few months? But the duel is in 1 week. You're currently facing two major problems. When you unleash a technique with your stored energy, all the inner energy you've gathered up until that moment is consumed with a single strike. Then, as I said, your body can't withstand the recoil, so you collapse. However, your energy core is also too small for you to store your energy ahead of time and can't sustain it for long. If you do that, you wouldn't just collapse. You'd risk going into energy deviation, so that's absolutely forbidden. How is it? Up to this point, easy enough to understand, right? Yes. I understand. Though, what does that have to do with what you're holding? Don't mind the small stuff. More importantly, think about it. Considering those, you can only start storing energy after the duel begins. Now, how long did it take you to gather your energy earlier? Roughly 7 minutes. Then how are you going to hold off Yun Wuqian for that amount of time? What do I do? There's only one answer. You dodge like hell until you've gathered it all. What are you doing? Focus and start gathering your energy. Don't take your eyes off the opponent's weapon. You're whining even though I didn't use any inner energy. Get up. We're continuing. This is training? Of course it is. Training to dodge. Wait, what kind of messed up training is this? Messed up training? Hey, Dan Lijiang. Do you think I'm doing this just to bully you? I just explained why you're weak and how to fix it. I even demonstrated it clearly. Also, I'll guarantee this. Right now, this is the only way you can even give Yun Wuqian a scratch a week from now. The training is painful and hard? Of course it is. But is it harder than the times you were humiliated by Gok Burk and Yun Wuqian? Are you really going to throw away this perfect chance to prove yourself to all the others who treated you like trash? I'm sorry, instructor. Please continue the dodge training. I can endure a whole day of this if I must. A whole day? What nonsense are you spouting? Ha! You'll be doing this non-stop for the entire remaining week. What did you say? Here I come. Wait. 1 week later. I wonder how long Dan Lijiang will last. Last? He's going to get wrecked in a single move and collapse flat on the ground. Didn't he prepare some kind of countermeasure? I saw him a few times in passing. But he just spent the whole week getting smacked around with a stick. What an idiot. If you're trash, just stay quiet in a corner. That wimp who grovels even in front of me is going to beat Yun Wuqian? Bullshit. You fell for that scammer's lies and dug your own grave. Instructor S.A.B. Gung. I said I didn't want anything earlier. But under these circumstances, I'd like to make a condition of my own. Fine. What is it? If I win, you must promise to leave the academy on your own. I never want to waste time like this again. Deal. I swear on my name. You're aware of what happens if you lose too, right? If you lose, you must attend my classes and training without complaint. I remember. Good. Though, aren't you mistaken about something? The person you should be focusing on right now isn't me, but Dan Lijiang, who's standing over there in the duel arena. Alright, let's get started. Victory will be determined when one side either forfeits, loses consciousness, or drops their weapon. Additionally, any lethal or life-threatening strikes are strictly forbidden. In these cases, as the judge, I will make the final call. Now then, begin the duel. Surrender. Ha! My arm is fine. What a fool. You agreed to fight me when you're this shaken after just a bit of murderous intent? That just now was murderous intent? That means, if he wanted to, he really could. I can't do this. People consider this guy the best of the best in the academy. There is no way that someone as terrible as me could defeat him with just a week's worth of training. Dan Lijiang. Phew. Let's remind myself. What I want is to become stronger than I am now. That day, a week ago. Why I decided that I want to become stronger. Idiot. I gave you a chance to get out of this fight uninjured. You brought this upon yourself. He reacted in time? That could have been bad. The chi I had collected was almost dispersed. Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. First technique. Berserk Dragon's Rage Torrent. This sword chi is so powerful. But, is it just a feeling I have? It feels like this attack is easier to dodge than I expected. Seems like you did learn something. Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. Third technique. Twin Dragon Fang Severance. This sword technique is the same one that Instructor S.A. used. He's strong. He's fast and precise too. I wouldn't expect any less from the sword technique of Central Plains' best swordsman clan. However, that doesn't mean I can't dodge them. I don't understand why. But this sword technique. AzureAskins.com. Is definitely the one Instructor S.A. had been using on me for the last week. Yun Wuqiang backed off. Is this really happening? I can't believe it. Maybe they're acting. As if. Why would Yun Wukyung do that? I apologize for calling you an idiot. I have to admit that you've learned a lot within the last week. I don't know how you know the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. That's Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. Fierce Dragon Annihilation. But if you can dodge this one too, I will admit defeat. What is that? A sword technique? What? What the hell kind of sword technique is that? Ha! That crazy bastard. Where is he going? Night before the duel. You've been dodging well. This might be doable now. Will this really allow me to dodge all of Yun Wukyung's attacks? No. Yun Wukyung isn't an idiot. He must be underestimating you right now. But if you continuously dodge his sword strikes, he'll set up countermeasures. And if you survive till the end, he'll most likely use that. The biggest scale sword art that Yun Wukyung can use currently. Its name is Fierce Dragon Annihilation. It quite literally makes it seem like a fierce dragon materialized. And is a martial art that creates massive sword chi. I'll let you know in advance, but you can forget trying to dodge it. It's pointless trying to jump or move back to dodge. It'll grow instantaneously and swallow the entire stadium. Then how? That's basically unbeatable. Listen up. Nothing is unbeatable in this world. A storm of sword chi working together to endlessly whirlpool around in all directions is just what it looks like. It's not a perfect martial art. In the first place, Fierce Dragon Annihilation is a martial art designed to annihilate the majority of the enemies who get taken aback by its incredible force, trying to run away. You mean? Yes, the only way out is one. Keep moving. Forward. Of course, if it's Yun Wukyung. He'll try to respond immediately after realizing his Fierce Dragon Annihilation was seen through. In that position. It'll simply be a response in a situation where he's surprised due to what happened. That will be your moment. Use your pent-up anger that you've pressed down for so long. And land a blow onto that arrogant bastard. Dan Lijiang. How does it feel? Pardon? What do you? It's exhilarating, right? Yes. Alright then. Let's begin our first class. Damn it. Those bastards. Weren't they the same ones who were all for it just a moment ago? Damn it. How did things end up like this? I trusted you and left things in your hands, Vice Academy Master Cheon. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't the whole point to get S.A. Begang to leave voluntarily? Ahem. Well. Why are the cadets following him willingly instead? What is going on? Especially Dan Lijiang of the One-Star Sword Clan and Yun Wukyung of the Yun Clan. Both cadets now adamantly insist on continuing their training under S.A. Begang. What if we force them to switch classes again like last time? They've gone so far as to threaten withdrawal from the academy and reporting it to the Yun clan.
We should never have entrusted a genius like Yun Wukyung to some greenhorn.
This is directly tied to the academy's reputation. It's a critical matter. How are you going to take responsibility for this mess, Vice Academy Master Cheon? And now you're trying to pin this on me? You lot are also just parasites desperate to curry the Yun clan's favor. Are you seriously saying Yun Wukyung lost to some bottom-rank one-star Sword Clan punk? Technically, he withdrew. But according to the cadets who watched, it was essentially a loss. Do you hear yourself?
Yun Wukyung is one of the greatest prodigies ever, even among the Yun clan.
Sab Gong. The more I learn about him, the less I understand. We can't leave him unchecked any longer. Wait a minute. Come to think of it. Have we still not heard back from the Ghost Shadow Manor? Not since they said they'd review our request. A mere mercenary group dares to act high and mighty. You'd best be careful with your words and actions. Who's there? Who are you?
What a foolish question.
What is the meaning of this? I'm a peak realm martial master, yet I didn't sense him at all. Didn't you all just say it yourselves? Don't tell me.
We're here to fulfill the request.
Now. Tell me more about this Sab Gong. Most elite mercenary group in the Jianghu. Ghost Shadow Manor. Sab Gong.
They're throwing around 100 niangs just to investigate one rookie instructor.
Ghost Shadow Manor. Ghost Shadow No. 1.
For a place with such a trash reputation, they sure seem to be swimming in money. It just goes to show that they're that corrupt.
Not that it's any of our business. Seriously, don't these orthodox sect types crack you up? Ghost Shadow Manor. Ghost Shadow No. 7. They're always pretending to be all virtuous, and now they're secretly ordering a background check on their own subordinate. Ha! Like we're any better, scavenging off such pathetic requests for some money. Ghost Shadow Manor. Ghost Shadow No. 5. No. 5. Have you forgotten our mission? Until we find and serve him. We vowed to endure any dirty and despicable task. I misspoke. Please forgive me. It's fine. Just focus on the mission.
Should we also investigate this Jean Beck person, the one who supposedly raised him since childhood? For now, just locate and keep surveilling the target.
Do you think the rumor about him having a fated encounter is true? Don't take such nonsense seriously. Still, they did say that he supposedly couldn't use inner energy at all.
And then overnight, he became a martial master.
If it's not due to a fated encounter, then what is it? What if Sab Gong has hidden backers?
Or maybe he infiltrated this place after being planted by some hostile faction with a shady objective.
That's probably what the clients suspect, which is why they hired us. Meaning, he may be far more dangerous than we expect. Do not let the target catch wind of us. Be extremely cautious. Hoo. What a funny joke, Captain.
No matter how strong he is, there's no way he could detect the stealth techniques of the Ghost Shadow Manor.
Then let's begin. I've been hearing a lot about you around the academy lately. Everything they said surprised me. Are you sure you'll be alright? It looks like people are really starting to move against you. Jealousy and envy always follow the path heroes walk. There's nothing to worry about. That fated encounter must have been truly extraordinary. Who would have thought you'd change this much? Now that I think about it, it probably all started with that duel. Back then, I was honestly stunned. Ha. Even I think it was a bit much.
If you had lost that duel, it would have been a disaster.
Vice Academy Master Cheon was clearly trying to get rid of you. Well, truth be told, I did get kicked out. Before I returned in time. Back when I couldn't use magic or anything.
I was brutally defeated in my duel against Meng Sandiak. I was stripped of my position as assistant instructor and demoted to menial labor. Eventually, unable to endure the shame, I ran away from the academy. I wandered aimlessly for a while. And with no way to make a living, I ended up becoming an escort warrior in an escort agency. Even though I still couldn't use inner energy, I poured my blood and sweat into training my physical techniques in spear fighting. After surviving countless dangerous escort missions, attacks from unorthodox sects and bandits, I eventually became a first-rank escort warrior after a few years. I spent over 10 years as an escort warrior that way. I'd been to every corner of the Central Plains and built up a wide network of contacts and information over time. Then, one day, I stopped by the Dragon Spring Academy for old time's sake. And on that very night of that day, why'd you suddenly throw a rock away? I just saw an ugly frog and couldn't help myself. Hey, now. Why try to harm a poor frog? Ha ha. Have you forgotten how you caught and fed me frogs as medicine when I was little? Are you okay, number 7? KUGH. That crazy bastard suddenly hurled a rock at me. Could it be that we've already been discovered? Would he really have walked away just like that if he had discovered us? You just got unlucky. Number 7. Are you seriously doubting the Ghost Shadow Manor's cultivation techniques over something this small? No, sir. How could I dare? Good. Have more confidence in your skills. He's heading back to his quarters. Continue surveilling him. Securing instructors Sung Dan, Dan Lijiang, and Yun Wuqiang. My first post-regression objective is now complete. Is it finally time to bring her in? If memory serves me right, at this point in time, she should be at. The door's open. Come in. You're acting like you expected me. Well, I figured you'd be getting restless by now. Yun Wuqiang. What is it? What's with that disgusting expression on your face? So, what brings the young master of the destructive sword Yun clan to such a humble place? What? That duel from before. Who? During that duel, Dan Lijiang was able to sloppily respond to all of my basic moves of the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. At first, I thought those were simply the results of 1 week of training. But thinking back, those were movements that went beyond momentary responses. It was as if he knew all of the movements and pathways of my sword technique. The one who taught him the sword paths of my destructive sword Yun clan's unique swordsmanship. Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword, must have been you, right? How could an outsider know the destructive sword Yun clan's martial arts in such detail? Who knows? The martial arts of the destructive sword Yun clans that is considered the greatest swords clan in Zhongyuan right now is quite famous among martial artists, don't you think? Stop joking around. That wasn't a level of superficial knowledge. Did you think I wouldn't be able to distinguish that? Of course you should have noticed that. If you hadn't, I would have been very disappointed. Stop trying to move past. Stop. Be more honest if you want to be my disciple. That's not what you're truly curious about. What? You came to check whether I also knew the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword that you also felt, right? It was perfected hundreds of years ago and has been passed down through the clan as a unique swordsmanship. Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. This is the swordsmanship currently praised as the greatest sword arts in Zhongyuan. having incredible destructive power, ever-changing sword paths, and no gaps. But ever since you were young, as you grew up wielding this swordsmanship, with your outstanding wisdom, you realized something. The Supreme Dragon Heaven-Severing Sword is not an unbeatable martial art. But as the heir of the great destructive sword Yun clan, you could not acknowledge it. Are you looking down on my clan's martial arts? Think as you please. But let me just say this. In the near future, there will come a day when those things that you martial artists revere so much, tradition, honor, nobility, and reputation, all become meaningless. Only think of one thing. Getting stronger than you are now. Push anything that gets in the way of that to the side without hesitation. We will have time to talk about this in more detail later. Let's talk, then. For now, follow your instincts. So, let's say that's that. Why are you suddenly grabbing a wooden pillow? Ha! It's nothing much. Don't worry about it. There's an annoying frog outside. Recovering Body Pavilion Master Jean Beck. Normally a medic who worked in Gamsu. But 5 years ago, he became responsible for the Recovering Body Pavilion, which treats patients, and came to the Dragon Spring Academy. While capable as a medic, he barely learned martial arts and doesn't seem to have much other background either. We investigated him since he's the closest to S.A.B. Gong. But he just seems like a normal medic. However, his clean past seems a little artificial. Wait. Number 7, why do you look like that? So, Are you sure you weren't found out? Well, they had no caution towards us at all, so. No. No matter how I think of it, I think we were found out. No? Number 7, don't doubt my clan's mind technique. He must just happen to have a bad habit of throwing things out. You've experienced worse things. Endure a bit longer. Okay. Senior, I'm telling you this in advance. But if something comes flying this way again, I won't hold back. I will behead him myself. I understand how you feel, but calm down. We've moved away from the accommodations, so these accidents won't keep happening. Who knows? If that crazy bastard wakes up and suddenly decides to practice archery. Someone's coming. Hide. Gosh, I have to go so bad. Wow, I must have drank too much tea. Wait, what? No. There's no way, right? Hey, you crazy bastard. What are you doing? Hey. Want a cup? You bastard. So you knew all along and purposely. I'll kill you. What? Yes. Nice to meet you. Ghost Shadow Manor. Number 7. That's what you get for digging into other people's business. My dear Ghost Shadow Manor friends. You bastard. Stand down, no. 5. Hello there, Instructor S.A.B. Gong. To think you had actually already discovered us. That's right. I'm S.A.B. Gong, the one you've been tailing. You must be the leader of these frogs. Though, is it really okay to reveal your identity in front of your surveillance target like this?
That's a foolish question. If I eliminate you right here, what trouble could it cause? Cuckoo. Are you really fine with that? Aren't you at least curious how I know about all of you? We'll find out soon enough. Let's start by slicing off your limbs one by one. Not so fast. Though he lacks the overwhelming destructive power of the AK Gujium. He's fast, precise, sharp, and deadly. Every technique is a fatal strike aimed at vital points. In particular, the density of energy embedded in that sword is overwhelming. No way a barrier will hold, and I can't keep parrying it with the mana blade. Yes, this is more like it. Strange. It's hard to put my finger on it. But the power and style you're using, they are fundamentally different from the martial arts of the orthodox sects. There's no way you just stumbled upon this power. Don't tell me. It's demonic arts? Come on. Have you even seen demonic arts in person? It's been years since the demonic cult fell. What nonsense! It has nothing to do with demonic arts. Though, you're right, as it's not typical martial arts either. I now understand you're not someone we can simply subdue. I don't hold any personal grudge against you, but I will take your life. Ghost Shadow Manor 100%. All of it is for the sake of the Ghost Shadow Manor's mission. It is an exclusive movement technique, which after erasing all presence, throws the opponent into confusion with high-speed movement. Azuraskins.com. Then, in that moment of confusion, Ghost Soul Flash, comes a strike too fast to even perceive. Illusion. What the? Sir. Just how? How did you? So, you take pride in your stealth skills, huh? Search. Sorry, but I can see you clear as day. Now, shall we have a deeper conversation? The Ghost Shadow Manor Lord. No, the Origin Sect leader. Origin Sect. A mysterious sect, like a ghost in the Jianghu. Never once appearing in any official events. It's unclear whether they are orthodox or unorthodox. Their true goals and sect are shrouded in secrecy. It is so much so that decades ago, when a massacre wiped out all direct blood relatives, including the leader, most of the Jianghu did not even notice. Only those born and raised in the Origin sect, loyal to the end, knew the truth. Those who survived that tragedy emerged under the new name, Ghost Shadow Manor. They now gather and collect every piece of information across the Jianghu. Ghost Shadow Manor. They are now a top-tier mercenary organization that handles all sorts of dirty and dangerous missions. However, all of that is for a single goal: the restoration of the fallen Origin sect. That's the mission you speak of, isn't it? Impossible. The true history of our sect is a top-level secret. It's never once been leaked in decades. Let me be blunt here. Do just 2 missions. Do 2 things I task you with, and I'll give you the information regarding that, the thing you've been chasing all this time. You? How dare you? You dare spew such nonsense? 20 years. We've spent 20 years. We scoured the Central Plains with only a sliver of hope for the sake of our mission. Do you even understand what it is we've been searching for?
The blood of the Origin sect. More precisely, a unique bloodline that can fully inherit the Origin sect's martial arts.
There's a strange birthmark on their left wrist, right?
That's right. The core of our sect's restoration.
The very reason we've wandered for so long.
But even within Ghost Shadow Manor, only a select few should know this secret.
How do you know? Enough. That's all I'll tell you. Now, choose. Accept my request and get the information. Or waste the rest of your life tailing people. Alternatively, should we just continue what we were doing earlier? I'll accept the mission. However, if it turns out you've deceived us,
I swear I'll pay you back with everything I've got.
Good. Then, let me give you the first mission. Stop. Vice leader of the Black Scorpion Gang. Destructive fistfighting. Demon Mac HWOE.
After attacking this place with your subordinates a month ago, you killed all the men and raped all the women. The women who survived commissioned me to make sure that I kill you.
You bitch. I can't gather my internal energy. No, what is this? Why is my internal energy slowly fading away? This makes no sense. You bitch. Aren't you scared of what's to come? The next commission? An instructor of the Dragon Spring Academy, S.A. Begon? Stop the bullshit and release the tension.
Spread your legs apart and change your wrist angle slightly downward.
200 more times in that position. Go. Damn it. Oh. What's with the disrespectful attitude? Are you being sassy with my instructing methods? Wait. Before you hit me, let me say what I want. Why aren't you making him do anything? He's doing well on his own. Doing well? He's not doing anything. Is he sleeping? You think he's on the same level as you?
Shut up and wield your sword with more effort, you dunce.
Shit. Yes. That's good, Yun Wukyung.
Don't be bound by the original sword techniques of the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword.
And go to the swordsmanship your senses are guiding you to.
That genius talent of yours will help you reach a higher level.
Instructor. Have you completed your chi circulation already? Dan Lijian? No. I keep getting worried. Can I really just do as you ordered and circulate my chi? There's no other way to solve your issue other than accumulating enough internal energy.
Unless you were secretly hiding rare elixirs.
That is. Pardon? Of course not. Then aside from when you eat and sleep, keep circulating your chi. Understood.
I'm sure he feels rushed. He must be well aware that the only reason he beat Yun Wukyung in that duel was because of tricks.
There's no helping it. It's not a problem that can be solved immediately. Plus, I have a bigger issue to deal with. Let's see. Has it already been 10 days since then?
If no contact comes, my plans might have a problem.
Instructor S.A. Begung. It's been a while, Instructor Dung Boyoung. It's good to see you. You don't seem pleased to see me at all. Why did you suddenly make that expression as soon as you saw me? I'm busy with my class right now. You're bothering me. Busy, my ass. You've only been wandering around since earlier. Shit. If it weren't for what I saw that day, I'd just. Anyway, go to the main hall immediately. Vice Academy Master Cheon Semyeon wants to see you. It's been a while, Instructor S.A. How is it going for you? Really good. Being able to teach my cadets, who are such outstanding talents, makes me feel the worth of being a senior instructor every day. This is all thanks to you creating a class of outstanding cadets. Ahem. You know that. Is a relief. I know that you're doing well. But as you know, we at the Dragon Spring Academy are a martial arts academy underneath the Orthodox Alliance. Since you have become a senior instructor even though you lack the experience, the Alliance seems to have a lot of concerns. Oh? The Orthodox Alliance is that interested in a mere instructor like me? Be respectful, Instructor S.A. Begung. I'm sorry to say that the Orthodox Alliance has sent an inspector to support you. Hello, Instructor S.A. Begung. I am Mei Sialan, and I have been dispatched by the Orthodox Alliance's inspection department. Instructor? I apologize. I was swept away by your beauty. Hoo. Oh my. Thank you for the compliment. Inspector Mei Sialan is a rising female master within the Orthodox Alliance. She's an incredible master who reached the peak realm at an unprecedented young age. Don't act rashly, do your best as a senior instructor. And be careful not to be discourteous toward Inspector Mei. Ha. Of course. Good. Then I'll tell you your first commission. Do you know the soul-taking celestial maiden, the assassin? The soul-taking celestial maiden. I don't understand why you're suddenly bringing her name up here. But of course I know her. A contract assassin who works by herself with no affiliations or comrades. She's famous for having never failed a commission she has accepted. I've never met her myself. But her targets were found with their lives sucked out of them. There's also the rumor that she's a peerless beauty. Is the mission to kill the soul-taking celestial maiden? No. Call the soul-taking celestial maiden over here at the Dragon Spring Academy. What? Tell Cheon Semyeon that due to unforeseeable circumstances, you have to cancel the commission. If so, then obviously. Cancel? What are you saying after all this time? How irresponsible of you. I sincerely apologize. However, there's no helping it as an urgent matter has come up. Instead, I'll introduce you to someone who's a perfect fit for this job. As an apology, I'll pay the commission fee as well. I've contacted her a few times for my missions before. So I can do that. But why would you do such a foolish thing? She's a merciless and thorough assassin. No matter how strong you are, she'll still find a way to kill you. What's this? Are you worried about me? If you die before you tell me the promised info, I'll be the one in a dilemma. Yeah, you're right. She's a very dangerous woman. Which is why I need her even more. Double casting. Void cannon. Judgment thunder. That can't be all you have, can it?
I casted 8th class magic consecutively.
Yet he's completely unharmed? Struggle more, Schwitz. Otherwise, you'll be executed immediately. Shut up. Son of a bitch. Atomic burst. The incantation for Ninth Circle Extreme Destruction spell. It is disappearing as it touches that. No, this is. It is not disappearing. No matter how many times I go through it, that memory is still goddamn awful. Still, for now. It seems I have crossed the biggest mountain. After returning, the speed of locating and securing Mei Xiaolin had one of the highest priorities in the entire plan. The problem was, despite its importance, I did not know her precise whereabouts during this time period. Thankfully, Xion Semyon and the Ghost Shadow Manor moved exactly according to plan. In the future, even Dan Lijiang and Yun Wuqian, the strongest forces, will not come close to matching Mei Xiaolin's abilities. Now, the next thing I need to do is... She's so beautiful. If a fairy descended, she'd probably look like that. Good morning, Instructor SAB Gang. I was swinging my sword a bit for morning training. I hope I didn't distract anyone. Not at all. It was excellent swordsmanship. Actually, this works out well. I was planning to find you for a proper talk. Is she talking to me? Or me? Are you talking to me? Yes. If you're okay with it, would you care to take a short walk with me? Sure thing, Inspector. You have remarkable swordsmanship skills. As expected of a member of the Orthodox Alliance. That's a bit embarrassing. There are many stronger martial masters in the higher ranks of the Alliance. How shameless. She's an inspector and thus a part of the Alliance, but her whole identity is a lie. Instructor, you're the impressive one. Excuse me? Recently, I heard you won in a public duel with a single strike. And even single-handedly defeated the infamous Green Forest Alliance. You sound far more like an incredible martial master than I do. Wow, she has already done her background research? It was just luck. I stumbled upon a fateful encounter recently. Nothing worth bragging about. I don't think so. The trainees say otherwise. Though your methods may be a bit harsh lately. You help them with their concerns. Never discriminate based on background and are a truly admirable instructor. They said that? What good kids. Also, that hand of yours. The shape of the calluses and muscles on your palm. At least 5. No, over 10 years of never letting go of a weapon. Not even for a single day. Training endlessly through countless tears. Tearing and healing too many times to count. Only that kind of process could make hands like those. Instructor SAB Gong. You should take pride in yourself, not because of some fateful encounter,
but because you are truly a martial artist. Though, if I recall correctly, you've never explained in detail about that miraculous encounter, have you?
Would you be willing to tell me more about it? I suppose I have no choice. I'll be honest with you, Inspector.
The truth is, this power did not come from some miraculous encounter.
It's not something I wanted either.
The reason I claimed it was a fateful encounter all this time was simply because I had no other way to explain it.
The demonic spirit cult. Inspector, have you heard of a group called the demonic spirit cult before? Just recently, What are you? How do you know that name? No, wait. Why do you know that name? She has been baited. Several decades ago,
long before the demon invasion began, there existed the heavenly demon divine cult. Also known as the demonic cult, they were a massive group. They revered a figure called the heavenly demon and upheld a philosophy of strength overall. Their power expanded rapidly.
The Orthodox Alliance perceived that as a grave threat and eventually declared the demonic cult as the public enemy of the Murim.
Thus, the largest war in the history of the Murim broke out.
Again, this was before the demon invasion. That is the origin of the Great Orthodox Demonic War. Countless martial masters lost their lives.
In the end, the war concluded with the annihilation of the demonic cult and the victory of the Orthodox Alliance.
Ever since then, people believe that the wicked cult was eradicated, and a lasting peace has settled over the Murim. Or at least, that's what people think. However, that's not the truth.
The remnants of the demonic cult who survived the Great War
are now secretly active under the new name, Demonic Spirit Cult. Even the Orthodox Alliance remains completely unaware of this.
Except for those who have had direct contact with the demonic spirit cult.
What's your relationship with the demonic spirit cult? Whoa, Inspector. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Please let go of me first and let me explain everything. I'm sorry. I got a little too worked up for a moment. Cough, cough. I'm fine. More importantly, judging by your reaction, it seems like you already knew about them, didn't you, Inspector May? Instructor S.A.B. Gung. The demonic spirit cult you just mentioned is a matter of the utmost importance to me. Please explain everything in full detail and with honesty. How do you know about them? Yes, Inspector. I'll explain everything. It happened right after my appointment as assistant instructor was finalized. I was brooding over the fact that I still couldn't use inner energy. It was late at night, and I was walking around outside the academy. Then, I was suddenly abducted. Abducted? Yes. At the time, I couldn't even react properly. But I clearly remember the person I saw when I came to my senses. You were destined to wither away like weed. But you shall now take pride in contributing to a glorious revival, was what a man with a terrifying presence said to me. He called himself the demonic scholar. After that, he subjected me to all sorts of grotesque experiments. He forced me to ingest unidentified poisons and repeatedly operated on my inner organs. Then, one day, I woke up and found myself abandoned in their hideout. In place of inner energy, I had gained the ability to use innate core energy. Innate core energy? Then, that means. Yes. It's not even something you could call a blessing. Using innate core energy means you're draining your own life force. To be honest, it's hard to believe. How else could someone like me who's without inner energy use such power then? You can check my pulse for yourself if you'd like. While it sounds absurd, she has no choice but to believe me. Even if the innate core energy part sounds made up.
My information about the demonic spirit cult matches her personal experiences.
I think now is the right time to drive the point home. If you still don't believe me, how about seeing it for yourself? The place where I was tortured and experimented on. Where they just abandoned me. There was no one there when I woke up. But there might still be some clues left behind. It's quite far though, so going there tonight would be impossible. If you're okay with it, let's meet outside the academy tomorrow night. I'll guide you there. Of course, it is all a lie. I've never met anyone from the demonic spirit cult in my past life.
And my power has nothing to do with innate core energy.
My power is magic.
Yes, they were all lies. Lies I made up to make use of her.
Also,
they were lies I could only craft because I heard them directly from her.
How's his condition?
At first, he had severe mana rejection symptoms, but
surprisingly, his tolerance has steadily increased.
Even when compared to human specimens from other dimensions, his stats are exceptional.
Fascinating.
In his native dimension, he was considered one of the weakest and was basically at the bottom. Continue increasing the magic output until you're just short of killing him.
Understood. Those damned monsters. Oh no. Hey. Wake up. Not bad.
I had bet you'd die today, but here you are.
Is that so? What a coincidence.
I had you pegged as the one who'd die next.
Mei Xiaolin. Ha! Guess you've still got some life left in you, sa begun. Hey! Come out. Wait. Don't do that. Damn it.
You should have jumped out sooner.
Did you think I wouldn't know that they left you behind just to keep an eye on me? Damn it. Why does it have told me? Ghost Shadow Manor Host Shadow No. 7. Take this. What is this? The first page is a map showing the exact location. The second page has specific instructions on what to do there.
It's a weird cave that looks like nothing but a rock wall from the outside. Once inside, draw the characters on the second page all over the walls.
You probably won't understand the writing, but don't worry about that. Just DRA as many as you can by dawn. Wait, hold on. You actually want me to do this? Yeah. Wait, why should I do such a thing? Damn it. Get it done by tomorrow morning. Sure, it's a rush job thrown together in one night. But that's fine. As long as it looks suspicious enough to fool them, it will work. Then, everything else.
I'll make things go exactly how I want them to.
How's the investigation progressing? Vice Academy Master Blade Technique Senior Instructor Cheon Semyeon. Soul-taking Celestial Maiden? Just call me Mei Xiaolin. That's silly. Title doesn't suit me. It's just irritating. Ahem. Understood. My apologies. Now, how is the assignment proceeding? Have you learned anything about the fateful encounter he mentioned?
The truth is, this power did not come from some miraculous encounter.
It's not something I wanted either. There's nothing solid to report yet. It'll take more time to lower his guard and gather real intel. Please be thorough. S.A.B. Gang is definitely hiding something.
Lately, everything he's done has been suspicious from top to bottom. If he turns out to be a spy from some nefarious group,
he could pose a major threat to the Orthodox Alliance.
I don't care whether he belongs to an Orthodox or unorthodox sect.
However, just to clarify, What are you talking about?
If it turns out he's harboring a dangerous agenda or backing,
I'm authorized to eliminate him on the spot, right?
yeah. I don't care if it's a lie or a trap.
If I find out that you tried to trick me with some sloppy scheme, I'll extract every last piece of information out of you and slowly bleed you dry. S.A.B. Gong. The next morning. First, I will focus on the middle energy core where mana is imbued.
It has improved slightly thanks to that top-grade mana stone I absorbed previously. Still, I'm barely at the level of a 6th circle mage, huh? At this level, I should be able to handle at least 1 or 2 peak-level martial masters.
There shouldn't be anyone who poses a real threat within the academy, excluding that person. Now, for the problematic lower energy core.
Although it's small, I can clearly feel the presence of inner energy.
There are no issues with the major blood vessels or meridians.
Yet no martial art or cultivation technique can affect it at all.
This is the cursed constitution I was born with. Even Master Jean Beck said this is an unheard of constitution. However, ironically, this is the exact constitution that has allowed me to survive until now.
Back then, I had nothing but basic spear techniques and a bit of external martial arts.
Yet I wasn't killed. Instead, I was taken as an experimental subject by those people.
All because of this damned rare constitution.
And what are you doing? Cultivating your energy or something?
Phew.
I set everything up overnight as instructed. Damn it, you're making me do all sorts of weird stuff. What exactly did I make you do? Just a joke, okay? A joke. Good work. You can leave now. Now, then. There is only one thing left to do.
Now, all I need to do is show Mei Xialan that cave I disguised as the cult's hideout.
And feed her some convincing fake intel.
In many ways, IT is a sloppy setup, but it does not matter. The entrance of that cave is hidden by a barrier set up the demons.
To the eyes of martial artists, IT just looks like heretical sorcery only the demonic cult would use.
Most importantly, IT is information about the demonic spirit cult which she has not been able to find at all until now. Even if she's suspicious, she'll have no choice but to bite the bait for now.
Good morning, Inspector. I'll go to the place you mentioned, the one supposedly linked to the demonic spirit cult.
From this point on, I will feed her selective false intel and stoke her desire for revenge against the demonic spirit cult.
Yes, Inspector. I'll guide you there. Then, let's meet outside the academy tonight. She is someone I can manipulate at will. Hey! Over here! It's an emergency. Hey, you monstrous bastards!
If you keep this up, he's really going to die.
Stop, S.A.B. Gong. It's already too late. In the end, we're the only two left. Are we the last of the martial artists? It's too early to say. There could be other camps like this elsewhere.
Maybe somewhere out there are other survivors.
This is one hell of a shitty life. Would have been better to just die on the battlefield. You know what's even more ridiculous? This isn't even the first time something like this has happened to me. You mean it happened back in your Jianghu days too?
Yeah,
IT was the demonic spirit cult. Ha! Not that telling you matters since you wouldn't understand. So what was that ability? Energy absorbing art? You gained that as a side effect from the experiments? Yeah. This is actually the first time I've ever told anyone about it.
I also found it fascinating since it worked on those monsters as well.
Never imagined it came from something like that. So, in the end, you failed to get revenge? More accurately, I gave up. I couldn't even find a single trace of the demonic spirit cult for 10 years. Eventually, I realized the truth.
That they were an impossibly vast organization far beyond my reach.
S.A. Gung. Do you know why I willingly joined this war? Well, IT was obviously for the future and survival of martial artists. Don't tell me. Yeah, you got it.
I'm just a bitch who was just too tired of living. And too much of a coward to even take my own life.
I only joined the war to find a place to die. But I didn't expect I'd end up slowly dying in a place like this. Don't give up. Don't act like it's all over already. Whatever the case, we're still alive right now. I'm not about to die in a dump like this out of spite alone. Do you know how desperately I've struggled all this time, being treated like a cripple who can't even use inner energy? So now that it's come to this, you might as well grit your teeth and endure too. If we somehow survive and escape from these monsters, then, screw it.
We'll hunt down that demonic spirit cult or whatever the hell they are and take revenge.
I'll help you. How's that? Feeling a bit of hope now? Ha, what are you talking about? You're just a cripple who can't use inner energy. TSK, memories I buried for hundreds of years keep resurfacing. This must be because I met her again after the regression. No time for pointless emotions. My top priority now is to secure Mei Xiaolin as a solid piece on the chessboard.
Even Mei Xiaolin, herself, doesn't fully understand her own ability yet. Her ability is one of the key conditions to break into Tarrant. I won't say things like I'm sorry or please understand.
I've come too far to waste time on sentiments like that.
I arrived much earlier than our scheduled time and have been scouting the area. I've searched thoroughly for quite a while,
but I haven't found any traps or suspicious traces nearby. Did he set something up at the location he mentioned? If not, then could it be? Could it be that he, too, was taken by the demonic spirit cult? You arrived quite early. Not that I'm one to talk. It's snowing. Ha ha. It's cold. Ha ha ha, kid. Snow makes you that happy? Hey, be careful. You might get hurt. Ow. That hurts. See? What did I tell you? Come on. You can get up on your own, right? My dear. Wake up, woman. You are soul-taking celestial maiden. I will avenge my brother, Deoxin, who was killed by you. Black Death sect leader. Execution maniac. Sangtak. Black Death sect.
A notorious sect known for robbery, murder, abduction, human trafficking, and every other kind of vile crime.
Who would have thought the leader and vice leader were brothers? I was too careless.
Normally, there would be no way I miss such a pursuit.
Did I foolishly let my guard down just because I heard a clue about the demonic spirit cult?
When I heard my younger brother was harmed, I assumed you seduced him with that body of yours. Unexpectedly, your martial arts are quite impressive. Thanks to you, we spilled quite a bit of blood. What a long stream of useless babbling.
What? You want to have a little fun like your dead brother too? Wasn't that your intent from the beginning? By going through so much effort to catch me? You know it, huh? Yeah. If I'd wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. If the rumors turned out false, I'd have sliced your head off immediately. Kugh. So it's true that the soul-taking celestial maiden is a beauty of eternal legend.
Today, I shall enjoy the pleasures of heaven.
Of course.
I'll begin by cutting off those cursed hands rumored to absorb inner energy.
Then, after you satisfy every subordinate here,
I'll peel the delicate skin of yours, piece by piece, with utmost care.
Finally, I'll kill you. Only then can my brother rest in peace, don't you think? Ha! Isn't that a bit too filthy to be called revenge? Damn it!
I thought I'd finally found a lead on those bastards.
Instead, I'm about to die at the hands of beasts like them. Well,
I guess this is a fitting end for a careless assassin blinded by revenge.
Boss! Come on, slice her already. Let's get started. Let us have some fun too. Instructor. S.A. be gone? Who the hell is this bastard? Haste. You know what? You bastards nearly erased my last several hundred years. Lightning shock. What was that just now? A lightning bolt? You dumbass. Why are you just standing there? Kill him now. Blink. Where did he vanish to? Air burst. Mana blade. Spare my life. That guy. He's the man I've been watching the last couple of days? Watch out. Die. Stone skin. Enhanced defensive energy? Graviton press. Die. Pest. S.A. be gone. You? Just who? Who the hell are you? Oh my, Inspector May. I'm so relieved that you're safe. When I saw that you weren't at the meeting place, I got worried and searched for quite a while. At this level, my tracking technique is pretty useful, isn't it? Ha ha ha. This is bad. So, my original plan to control things using pre-regression information has failed. I did not expect there to be people targeting Mei Xiaolin at this point in time. What should I do now? From the start, giving up on Mei Xiaolin has never been an option. The reason is obvious. In the war against the Demon King, Mei Xiaolin is the most critical element and an irreplaceable existence. Demon King Tarrant. From my experience fighting against him, the most despair-inducing ability was his nullification barrier, which renders any attack, regardless of attribute or form, meaningless. Without a way to remove that barrier first, any further preparation is meaningless. And as far as I know, the only one who can remove that nullification barrier is Mei Xiaolin. She has the ability to absorb the inner energy of whoever she touches. Up until now, she probably thinks that's the limit of her power. However, in truth, the true essence of her ability is absorbing and erasing any conceptual power. Of course, in order to reach a level where she can erase Tarrant's barrier in time, she'll have to raise her power as soon as possible. Since things have already gone off course, I'll have to subdue her by force for now, then somehow. Stop. Don't move. One twitch of a finger and I'll kill you. S.A.B. Gong. S.A.B. Gong. S.A.B. Gong. S.A.B. Gong. Hey, S.A.B. Gong. Can you hear me? Answer me. Is he still holding on? His whole body must feel like it's being torn apart. His mental strength is astounding. It's only a matter of time. No human can endure this much mana. Still, are you really fine with letting him die like this? I don't care. We've already gathered all the experimental data we need on this mutant. If anything, he might become a threat later on if we let him live. It's better to dispose of him here. The various kinds of energies they injected into him are clashing and being violently rejected. Do those monsters really intend to kill him? Mei. Scol. Lun. Yeah. S.A.B. Gong. It's me. Kill. Me. I can't take it anymore. Ugh. Don't you dare talk like that. Didn't you say it before? That we'd survive together and get revenge. No, his consciousness. Huff huff. His body is breaking down. More and more quickly. Sorry, S.A.B. Gang. The clashing energies inside are completely gone. What in the world? Looks like it worked. I'm glad. Mei Xiaolin? What did you? To be honest, I wasn't that sure it would succeed. You don't move. Just stay still. You were about to die up until just now. After realizing that my ability works on those monsters, I learned I can absorb more things than I thought. I managed to absorb it somehow, but the energy was so alien that I failed to erase it. Hoo. Perhaps it would have worked if I had realized sooner? Crazy woman. Is this really the time to be saying that? You're about to die. Mei Xiaolin, why? Why? Would you do such a thing for me? Because you told me before. Not to give up as if it were already over. A real man keeps his word, right? You idiot. I only said that to keep you alive. I never wanted something like this. Stay alive, sa begung. Live on and occasionally remember that. There was once a fool of a woman like me. Also, one last thing. Don't be nervous. I don't intend to harm you. And I'm supposed to just believe that? How did you know I was held here? Additionally, those strange martial arts you used. No, are they even martial arts? Core energy? Don't tell me to believe that nonsense now. To begin with, what you said about the demonic spirit cult was a lie, wasn't it? Tell me the truth. What is your real identity? Even if I answer now, you wouldn't believe me. Instead, I'll tell you what I can do for you. What? First, I'll help you take revenge on the demonic spirit cult. Second, I'll make your martial arts and your absorption skill far stronger than they are now. Third, I'll take full responsibility for protecting you from any threat that comes your way like just now. In exchange, I only have one request, which is that you remain in the Dragon Spring Academy and stay by my side. That's all. Stay by your side? What kind of nonsense is that? Are you telling me to become your concubine or something? No. I meant exactly what I said. If you get yourself killed again by making enemies in the wrong place, that'll be troublesome. Ha! What did you just say? You think you can spout whatever you want just because I'm vulnerable right now? Who knows what you'll try if I let you stay close? What? Are you going to train me slowly to your taste? Piss off, you perverted bastard. I'd rather bite my tongue and die right now. Would that really be alright? Even if you did that, your parents would grieve. Ran. This child. What's wrong, Master Taoist? Is there something wrong with our daughter? For now, her health is fine. But, sadly, this child was born under a most harsh and twisted fate. What? How can you say such a thing? Have you given her a name yet? No. Not yet, things were too hectic. Then give her the name Xiaolin. A name holds power. With it, even amidst trials as bitter as winter, she will endure and survive. Mom, Dad, you fools. How could you believe that nonsense? Of course, we didn't believe every word. But we couldn't help but worry. So, after that Taoist left, we discussed it. We couldn't change the name, since your official name was already given. But at least while she was young, we decided to call her by a brighter, cuter name. That's how you came to have the childhood name, Ran. Hoping that, until the cruel winter arrives, you would be a radiant orchid blooming warmly in our arms. Don't say things like that, Mom. There's no need to worry at all. No matter what happens, this Ran will take care of everything. Mother. Father. So, this girl is the rare-blooded child? Her name was Mei Xiaolin, was it? By fate, she should have withered away like a weed. Instead, take pride in contributing to the great resurrection. Who are you? How could you? How do you know that name? No one outside my family should know it. I can't tell you. And even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. I've told you everything I can for now. The decision is yours. What I said earlier wasn't an empty promise. So think carefully before you decide. Damn it! Damn it, sneaking out at night, even slipping past surveillance, where the hell did you go? Were you checking on that job I ordered the other day? I told you already, just follow instructions and... You exhausted. Let's talk later. Damn it. Of course she wouldn't just leave it at that. Whatever her grudge against the demon cult, her words were far too suspicious. Not to mention, she herself is dangerous. If I were Mei Xiaolin, I'd retreat for now and investigate separately. Kang Sabi, you damn fool. Are you going to ruin everything over an incident more than 200 years old? Before it's too late, we need to track her immediately and somehow. HM? Oh. Inspector. Good morning. Right, you're so-so, aren't you? A fine morning indeed. Good morning, Instructor Sabi. Sorry to interrupt class, but may I borrow you for a moment? Mei Seol. Inspector. Lend me your hand. There's no trace of inner energy in your meridians. So it's true that you can't use qi. You believe me? Don't be ridiculous. After all the lies you've told, you expect this to convince me? From the very beginning you deceived me. Talking about innate true energy, about being kidnapped by the demon cult. Yes. From the start, even asking you to investigate me was part of the plan. Bastard. You approached me intending to use me all along. Your identity, your goals, even my past, how much do you know? I'd torture it out of you if I could. But you wouldn't let yourself be captured, nor do I intend to be. So, I'll let myself be tricked one last time. Honestly, I expected you to just walk away. Naturally. Who would trust the words off a swindler like you? None of that matters. What matters is vengeance against the demon cult. That much, you must keep your word. If that too turns out to be a lie, I'll find a way to kill you myself, no matter what it takes. I promise. That vengeance you desire, I'll see it done. If only you hadn't added that at the end. I thought about it all night, but I still don't understand. How did you find out my childhood name? Not even the demon cult knew, and I never told a soul. One last thing. Just one more. Truth is, my parents gave me another name when I was little. He. That short time was the happiest of my life. Ran. It means shining orchid. Don't you think it suits me now? So, remember me that way. Not just through sorrow and pain, but as a fragment of something a little more beautiful. I told you already. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Hello. My name is Nung Soso. I'm a first-year cadet of the Dragon Spring Academy. Right at this moment, I, Nung Soso, am facing the greatest trial of my life. And not just my fate but the fate of our entire class hangs in the balance of this enormous crisis. Hey, commoner. With not a single word out of place, spill it. You know what will happen if you even try to lie, right? If you don't want your whole class to be wiped out, you'd better behave. Don't even think about hiding anything. You have to tell everything in detail. If your class dares to disgrace the name of the Dragon Spring Academy, I'll make sure to report it to the clan elders, and action will be taken without fail. This is a cadet in the Flying Dragon class who's in the same year as me. Her name is Mach Danoa. She's the precious jewel of one of the most famous Orthodox clans, the Sword Flash Mach clan. It's said that the Dragon Spring Academy receives enormous sponsorship from the Sword Flash Mach clan every single year. If Danoa ends up reporting negatively about our class? In the worst case, our entire class might be disbanded. Don't worry, Instructor S.A.B. Gong. I will prove both your strength and our class's worth. And I'll protect US from the wicked clutches of the Sword Flash Mach clan. Dragon Spring Academy's Special Problem Solver. Nung Soso's Incident Journal. Good. Your stance is much more solid than before. Inspector. But when you unleashed your form, you were straining too much. Try to execute it more flexibly. This is Inspector Mei Xiaolin. It's already been about 2 weeks since she came to the academy. At first, I was worried since she came specifically to monitor our class. Continue to improve. Yes, ma'am. I'll work hard. But after spending time with her, I realized she's extremely kind and gentle, so I felt relieved. Everyone, gather. There's an important announcement. SPC. Okay. From today, our class will be known as this. SPC. SPC? What kind of a name is that? It's so lame. Want a beating? It's short for Special Purpose Class. This is a class with a mission that no other cadets in Dragon Spring Academy can carry out. And what exactly is that mission? The defense of the Central Plains Murim. This man is our homeroom instructor, S.A.B. Gang. Sometimes, he acts a little eccentric like this, but usually, he's a cool and respectable instructor. Originally, Instructor S.A.B. Gang was famous for being completely incapable of using inner energy. But about a month ago, during a public sparring match, he shocked everyone by displaying incredible energy techniques. Then, in no time, he passed the exam for promotion to become a full-fledged instructor, and then he became our class's mentor. He says he experienced some sort of fateful encounter. At times, IT even feels like he's an entirely different person compared to before. But in the end, IT was good both for him and for US, so it must be a blessing, right? What nonsense are you spouting? Sigh. Really? This is what you say to cadets in training. Do you think this is some child's game? I'm serious, Inspector. Is protecting Murim a game to you? Did that name even get approval from the academy? That's what we're going to do now. You'll help me with that too, right? At first, the two of them were very formal and polite with each other. But lately, these kinds of little spats have been happening more often. Is the inspector growing dissatisfied with the instructor? No, IT feels more like. It feels like some wall between them has broken down. What exactly happened between those two? Hey! Stop. Pause right there. Enough with all the unnecessary stories. Who even asked about the instructors flirting with each other? But you told me to explain in detail. Who should I talk about? Yun Wuqiang. Forget the others. Tell me specifically about Yun Wuqiang. How's he doing? Okay. Why is she only asking about Wuqiang, though? Yun Wuqiang. At first, like you, Danoa, he refused to transfer to this class. But after his bet with the instructor, during that public sparring match, he chose to stay in this class of his own accord. You already knew that, right? But honestly, there isn't all that much to say about him. From the start, Wuqiang hasn't been receiving the same training as the rest of US. What? Don't tell me that instructor is just neglecting him? And no, it's not like that. Then why are you getting mad all of a sudden? Because while we've been doing basic training,
I've seen him spar directly with instructor S.A. Begung several times.
as far as I know, he's the only one in our class who's ever crossed swords with the instructor.
Most of the time, he just stands silently in front of the wooden dummies.
But the instructor even warned us not to disturb him. So no, he's definitely not being neglected. Then, is Yun Wukyung actually satisfied with his situation?
I don't know for sure, but
he doesn't seem particularly dissatisfied. That's enough. We'll call for you again later. And you, keep your mouth shut. We'll be watching you. I protected SPC. Only later did I learn the shocking truth.
That Mok Danawat and Yun Wukyung had been betrothed to each other since childhood.
Problem solved. It's been a while, number 1. Impressive.
You saw through my concealment technique even though I was using it at full strength.
I told you before.
That vaunted stealth art of yours is useless against me.
But the fact that you came to me directly, shall I take it to mean that you've completed the task I assigned you? If this is some pointless business. Your second request, as stated in your original commission.
1. I could not determine the exact location, but it should be somewhere between Hubei and Zhongqing, in a remote area with little human presence.
The environment itself would be twisted, transformed into something grotesque and abnormal at first sight. You asked me to find a location matching those two conditions.
The search range was excessively wide, so I expected difficulty.
But surprisingly, it didn't take as long as I thought. And that's because
it was simply impossible to overlook.
Tell me, what exactly is that place? Or rather, what are those things? Even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me anyway. But to put it simply in terms you can understand,
they're a harbinger of disaster. The invasion of this world by the demon race will occur 10 years from now.
Looking back now, I realized that the signs of the invasion had already appeared long before it started. From around 4 to 5 years prior to the invasion, strange plants and animals never before seen in the Central Plains were discovered. About 2 years before the invasion, mutated beasts began to attack humans. Half a year before the invasion, people began to suffer from mysterious and inexplicable diseases. All of it was orchestrated by the demons. By scattering highly condensed forms of mana, such as mana stones, across the Central Plains, they employed a vicious tactic to terraform the environment, turning the battlefield into one that favored them. Terraforming. That was the name of the tactic. It was something I only learned much later, after becoming enslaved by them. If so, what about the place where the very first and largest dimensional gate opened in the Central Plains? During the invasion, an entire city was annihilated within a single day. Following that, the largest dimensional gate ever reported was found in Hubei. If it is already there, then traces of terraforming might already be present. Of course, this was only a hypothesis. But now, it has been confirmed. The Central Plains is already being gradually polluted by them. I need to go personally to confirm the situation with my own eyes and establish countermeasures. Well done, number 1. The information I promised will be delivered through my subordinate in a few days. I'll need some time to organize it in detail, so please be patient. S.A. Begung. What exactly is your true identity? What do you know, and what are you hiding? To begin with, what is your real goal? I already told you. Even if I tell you now, you won't believe me anyway. There's no need to rush. When the time comes, even if you beg me not to, I'll reveal everything in full detail. You can look forward to it. Well then. Shall I begin preparing to leave this loathsome academy? Instructor Dung. Yes, Vice Academy Master. Is the selection of those who will be sent to the Heavenly Martial Tournament proceeding well? Of course. We are choosing from the most outstanding cadets of this academy. From the Flying Dragon class, Lee Bigium and Mok Danawa. From the Camellia class. Is Cadet Yun Wukiyoung still refusing to participate? Yes. Just the other day, I sought him out again to persuade him, but he coldly refused, claiming it would only hinder his training. These so-called young masters are always the same. Well, let's not dwell on it too much. Lee Bigium, while not as gifted as Yun Wukiyoung, is still a remarkable talent, is he not? In any case, ensure that the selection is carried out as strictly as possible. As you know, this is the Academy's most important external event. Heavenly Martial Tournament. An event hosted by the Orthodox Alliance that involves the three great academies, the White Martial Academy, Heavenly Academy, and Dragon Spring Academy. White Martial Academy, Heavenly Academy, Dragon Spring Academy. The most exceptional cadets from each academy gather to test their martial skills against one another. The results influence how each academy is evaluated externally. Vice Academy Master. Are you certain we can decide this entirely on our own? You know the authority over the Heavenly Martial Tournament selection originally belonged to him. Stop worrying needlessly. You know as well as I do, don't you? That sword demon has absolutely no interest in such external events. For the past 2 years, he's been shut away in his training hall, not showing his face even once. Consider it tacit permission to handle it ourselves. Well, if you say so. Ha ha ha. Excuse me. Oh. Just the people I was looking for. Both of you are here. What is this? Such rudeness. Instructor S.A. Begung. Good morning, instructors. I have a very, very important proposal to make as a senior instructor. For this upcoming Heavenly Martial Tournament, my cadets and I will be the ones to participate. What madness is this? Do you truly believe such a thing would ever be permitted, S.A. Begung? Why not? If I return victorious, wouldn't that settle everything? Leaving aside such baseless nonsense. The Heavenly Martial Tournament is not some petty friendly exchange between academies. It is a grand event where even high-ranking martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance will be present. We cannot possibly send a brat like you to such a place. So I'm a brat, aren't I? Let's see. Instructor Dung Boyoung, you're the original assigned instructor, aren't you? Do you, in your heart, truly believe you are qualified for the role? What are you implying? A man with no real skill and a lack of awareness. All you have is a pitiful sense of pride in your age. You're nothing but a washed-up old fossil. For the sake of the younger generation, why not step aside and make room for others? You. What did you just say? Instructor Dung. Calm yourself. Vice Academy Master, are you seriously telling me to endure this humiliation? Why let yourself be provoked by such an unqualified brat? Ah, what a shame. All this time, I thought a martial artist's worth was determined by their martial arts skills. But now, I see that some prefer to cling to excuses. Shut your mouth, boy. Come outside at once. I'll smash that foul mouth of yours to pieces. Instructor Dung, please calm down. Yes. That's exactly the response I wanted. If I publicly defeat Dung Boyoung, Cheon Semyeon will inevitably be embarrassed.
Then, I can take the supervisory role over the Heavenly Martial Tournament for myself by pressing further.
The tournament is held at the White Martial Academy located in Shaanxi. It will take roughly a month to travel there from the Dragon Spring Academy here in Jiangxi. If we make a slight detour from the original travel route, we could even pass through the very area where number 1 reported the discovery of a demonic zone. It's perfectly possible. Of course, if it were only about verifying it, I could go alone so it'd be faster. But that's not my only goal.
If Cheon Semyon continues to obstruct me even after I crush Deng Boyoung,
then I'll present evidence of all the corruption he's been involved in. What are you waiting for? I'll accept your challenge, S.A. Bigang. Today, I'll make sure to. What are you doing? It's been a long time since I dropped by. I hear quite an amusing conversation. A martial artist's worth is determined by their martial arts skills, you say? Yes. A true martial artist should have at least that much spirit. You're just as the rumors say. You're a young man I like very much. It's been a while, both of you. Have you been well? Dragon Spring Academy Most Senior Swordsmanship Instructor Acting Academy Master. Divine Shadow Swordsman, Sangpilji. Sir, what brings you here today? What kind of question is that, Instructor Cheon? Are you suggesting there's any place in this academy I cannot go? No. Of course not. In fact, I should be the one asking. Why has he suddenly appeared here? Relax, I'm only joking.
No need to look so terrified.
After all, this man
has no interest in teaching cadets. He's only obsessed with training his own swordsmanship.
He's a single-minded martial art fanatic. One thing is certain. Among all the martial artists
I've encountered since my regression, this man standing before me is by far the strongest.
I only came out to get some fresh air.
Then, while I'm at it, I decided to check on some interesting rumors circulating in the academy.
I heard you were discussing your participation in the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
This man suddenly showed up and started making demands. Ho! Instructor S.A. Bigang. So you intend to represent our academy at the Heavenly Martial Tournament? Yes. Not just as a supervisor. I also want to personally select the cadets who will participate. What utter nonsense! Ho ho, how bold! Are you saying the cadets you train surpass our academy's top elites? Of course. But you've only been a senior instructor here for, what, a month or two?
To recklessly insist on entering an official event like the Heavenly Martial Tournament seems like an unreasonable demand.
Exactly. Sir, you're absolutely right. That being said,
your point about martial skill being the true measure of qualification holds some weight.
Sir, what are you saying? Well then, here's what we'll do. We'll hold a public martial arts competition to decide the representatives. Those who were originally selected to attend the Heavenly Martial Tournament will compete against the cadets you wish to put forward. We'll determine who is stronger that way. Doesn't that sound entertaining? Instructor S.A. Bigang? If you're confident enough to nominate them as representatives, surely, they must all be outstanding talents, no? What? A martial arts tournament all of a sudden? And we're against the academy representatives in the preliminary matches? Well, things just turned out that way. But why are we in the Heavenly Martial Tournament of all things? You didn't discuss it with US first. TCH. What ungrateful brats. I'm giving you the chance to broaden your horizons, yet this is how you thank me? This isn't the first time you've set something up without US consulting beforehand. Let's at least hear the reason first. Why are we suddenly participating in the Heavenly Martial Tournament? Why, of course. It's to show my beloved cadets the wider world beyond this stinking pit. Did you just call our academy a stinking pit? The very one you belong to? Rigid training. Sparring with no tension. Escaping this low-quality form of education is what matters most. Enough with the nonsense. So, has the match bracket been decided yet? You insolent brat. Yes, I just went to get it. Now then, let's see. First up. YOM Jeriang. What? Dragon Spring Academy. First year special purpose class. YOM Jeriang. Your opponent is Sang Chojin from the Ferocious Tiger class. He's also a first year. Damn it. What? Do you know him? Well. Yes. He used to be in our class. The details are not something to be proud of, but Jeriang challenged him to multiple spars before and was completely crushed each time. Hey! Completely crushed? It wasn't that bad. Well, you never actually beat him. But still. Yeah. You're right. If you're going to charge at someone, at least win for once, you blockhead. Next, Joe Muntak. Ha ha ha. Fuck. That's fucking embarrassing. Your opponent is first year Mach Danoa of the Flying Dragon class. What? Mach Danoa. Ha! I'm done for. Mach Danoa. Who's that again? I've definitely heard the name before. Azuraskins.com. Mach Danoa is none other than the eldest daughter of the famous Mach clan. They are a major clan of swordsmen, capable of rivaling even the Yun clan in swordsmanship. She even stopped by during the class transfer announcements before. The young lady who flat out refused to join our class. It matters. Don't worry, instructor. Danoa is my friend, so if I talk to her, we can resolve this peacefully. Right, good luck with that. But your opponent is someone else entirely. Nung Soso, your match is against Huang Ji, a second year from the Ferocious Tiger class. Who is that? Oh. I know that senior. He's the eldest son of a well-known escort agency. Also, he's related to instructor Deng Boyoung. I see. That makes him guaranteed trash. Next. Yun Wukyung, your opponent is Lee Bigium, a third year from the Flying Dragon class. What's with that reaction now? Instructor, do you really not know Lee Bigium? He's the top student in the entire third-year class. Of course I know. What does that have to do with why you're all nervous? It's not just that. He's also the vice master of the Lotus Sword Hall. And that sword hall was founded by a collateral branch of the Yun clan. So, you're saying the both of you don't exactly get along. Then, is he stronger than you? At this point, I don't know. Coo. That's good enough. Lastly, Dan Lijiang. Yes. Your opponent is someone who used to be in the Camellia class with you. Gok Bo OK. Gok Bo OK is my opponent? Are you serious? That's right. The same Gok Bo OK who acted up before and got beaten to a pulp by me. Word is, he specifically and insistently requested to be matched against you. That bastard. Damn it. Ha! Now, I'm going to be humiliated in front of the entire academy. Don't worry, my disciples. Do you think your instructor would simply sit back and watch you make fools of yourselves? However, remember this. No pain, no gain. From today, you have exactly 1 week until the tournament. You'll have to push yourselves harder than usual. I don't really care about winning, so I'm fine as is. Did I ask you for your opinion? For the next week, the intensity of your basic training will be tripled. This will be limited time special training. What about me, instructor? Nung so-so. You will be personally guided by that beautiful and splendid inspector over there. Whoa! Sounds good to me. Hey, who said you could decide that? I'll continue training on my own as I always have. Fine, fine. I trust you, Cadet Yun Wukyung. Instructor. Am I going to go through some kind of special training too? No. You shall just continue focusing on breathing cultivation. Nothing else. Come on. Isn't it about time you taught me something new? How many times do I have to tell you? If you want to get stronger quickly, that's the only way for now. But still. You're unusually persistent today. Why? Is it because your opponent is Gakbo okay? Don't get worked up over nothing. You're the one who already beat Yun Wukyung before, remember? Inspector May. Keep an eye on those brats for me whenever you can. What? Excuse me? Where are you going in the middle of class? I need to step out for a bit. If anyone asks, make up some excuse. Wait. Instructor S.A.B. Gung. That bastard. When he asked me to stay close. Was it just so he could dump errands on me? Inspector. What kind of training should I begin with? Don't get worked up over nothing. You're the one who already beat Yun Wukyung before, remember? No. That's not right. I know now. The only reason I managed to beat Yun Wukyung back then was because instructor replicated Wukyung's exact sword path for me to study before the duel. If we fight again, there is no way I can beat Yun Wukyung, not even if I die trying. Yes, my inner energy has definitely improved. But even that progress is slowing down. Yet, in just 1 week, in front of everyone, I will have to fight Gakbo, okay? With just this, can I really defeat him? Who's making noise this late? Gakbo okay? Was I mistaken? Why is Gakbo okay here so late? I must have mistaken him for someone else. Maybe the cultivation practice has messed with my head. You little bastard. What makes you think you can scream like that as if you did something impressive? A rat secretly spying on someone else's training. Year 1 student of the Dragon Spring Academy's Camellia class. Hunan Dragon Tiger Escort Agency's eldest son. Gakbo okay. G Gakbo okay. WHY. Why are you here so late at night? What? Are you saying I can't train? But back when we were in the same class, you never once did your own training. Ha! Look at this brat's tone. Now you even dare talk back? You must have gotten comfortable while I wasn't around. Beating you senseless here would be pointless anyway. Get lost. A week from now, I'll smash you in front of everyone. What? He's just going to let me go like this. Is he really Gakbo okay? I don't know why, but that's such a relief. A relief? Did I just say I feel relieved that Gakbo okay didn't beat me up just now? No, this won't do. Not like this. What a joke. I thought you might secretly be some great martial master, since you recklessly challenged me to a spar. For a moment, I even tensed up thinking that might be the case. How pathetic of me. What's wrong with you? You came at me like you were going to kill me just now. Yet the current scene makes me seem like the bad guy here. Why Jerryang? With such pathetic skills, what in the world made you think you could challenge me? Why? Was it because I insulted your family? Did that make you so angry? At the end of the day, your background shows who you are. So he wanted to spar with him with that level of skill? Well, what can you do anyway? Everything I said was true. You, your family, every last one of you are all idiots. Shut up, you bastard. Moron. If you didn't want to end up like this, you should have known your place and stayed quiet. You're a disgrace to the Orthodox sects. Get a hold of yourself. Why Jerryang? What happened? Don't you remember? You collapsed in the middle of training. You overdid it way too much. So that's what happened. Damn it. What kind of nonsense is this? We have to keep doing this crap for 6 more days. What, is he trying to kill us? Come to think of it, where the hell is that SAB gone? He dumped US with this shitty training. Don't tell me he's off playing somewhere? I'm right here, you wretched disciple. Instructor. From the looks of it, you've at least finished all the repetitions I gave you. Strictly speaking, you should be punished severely for deceiving your master and shaming your sect, but since you've worked hard, I'll let it slide. Deceiving my master and shaming my sect? What nonsense! We're not even disciples of the same sect. You really go out of your way to earn a beating. Ow. By the way, where have you been? The inspector has been looking for you all day. Did you really think I was wasting time playing around? Even I have plenty of matters to attend to. Anyway, shall we now begin your one-on-one lessons in preparation for the public martial duel? Ha? Wait, what did you just say? There's still more training left? We already trained past midnight with that ridiculous regimen, and now this? What did you say? Of course there's more. Did you think basic training alone would let you defeat those guys? Obviously, that's impossible. No matter what we do in just a week. With our average skills, how could we possibly beat top talents like Sang Chojin and Mach Danoa? Go ahead and give it to us straight. If we endure all this, can we really defeat them? No. I won't lie. No matter what you do in a week, your chances of winning aren't very high. Ha! I knew it. So what the hell is the point? AzureAskins.com. However, if you endure all the training I give you, at the very least, you won't lose in a humiliating manner in front of everyone. Is that supposed to motivate us? That's nothing but wordplay. Forget it. I'm done. I don't care about the Heavenly Martial Tournament anymore. Expel me from the class or beat me up. Whatever you want. Should I kill that arrogant brat?
No, hold it in, the voice of Schwitz von Grentel inside me.
KU. Just say the word, and I'll do it anytime. Earlier, you said, you won't lose humiliatingly. So, does that mean? If I ensure 6 days of this training, I'll at least be able to fight Sang Chojin properly? What's this, YEOM Jeriang? Honestly, I thought you'd be the first one to quit. Of course it's killing me too. But unlike Joe Muntak, I have a reason. I have to get revenge. On that bastard Sang Chojin, no matter the result. You're not about to give me some holier-than-thou lecture about how you won't train me. If it's for a crooked purpose, are you? Far from it. That's a perfect answer. Full marks for you. What's gotten into you? Why do you suddenly care about the Heavenly Martial Tournament now? Young Master Yun Wukiyoung? Did you really come all the way to this shabby place just to talk about that? Senior Lee Bigium? Year 3 student of the Dragon Spring Academy's Flying Dragon Class Lotus Sword Hall Vice Master Lee Bigium. It's been quite a while since we last met in person. Lee Bigium. Have you been well during that time? Spare me the hollow pleasantries. Were we ever close enough to exchange such greetings? Enough of that. What exactly are you thinking? AzureAskins.com. Year 3 student of the Dragon Spring Academy's Flying Dragon Class Lotus Sword Hall Vice Master. Lee Bigium. Why are you suddenly causing a scene, claiming you want to join the Heavenly Martial Tournament now? There's a misunderstanding. This decision wasn't mine, but something my instructor unilaterally arranged. Ha! That flimsy excuse is the best you can come up with? Why not be honest instead? Admit it. You grew resentful that I took your spot, then let greed get the better of you. You can't stand not being in the highest seat, can you? The young master of the destructive Sword Yun clan. Sigh. Your habit of jumping to your own conclusions remains the same. Think whatever you like. I'll be leaving now. Don't delude yourself, Yun Wukiyoung. The only reason I tolerated your insolence until now was out of courtesy to the main clan. Not because I was weaker than you. However, since you've provoked me first, the story has changed. If you thought I'd protect your dignity even in a public martial duel, you've made a grave miscalculation. Did you take me lightly because I'm from a branch clan? What is your true purpose in training martial arts at the academy? Why else? To reveal to the world the truth unknown to the common people. That the swordsmanship of my clan, which never rests and constantly advances, is superior to that of your destructive Sword Yun clan, which is weighed down by lineage and dulled by continual peace. Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. What did you just say? Though, let me add this. Don't recklessly unsheath and swing a sword you do not intend to cut with. Such actions only tarnish your clan's honor. What did you say? You. We'll meet again at the public martial duel. Until then, farewell. That insolent brat. That insolent brat. Training alone until that late hour, along with those words yesterday. Seems like Gakbo OK is truly serious about this public martial duel as well. Compared to that, Jerry Yang. Something feels different from his training yesterday. Hey. Don't mess with him for no reason. Joe Muntak. What are you doing here? Can't you tell by looking?
I'm just taking a break in the middle of this damned special training. I'm in no position to criticize you, but are you sure this is okay? If Instructor SAB Gung sees you, that man won't be coming today. From what I heard, he spent all night teaching Jerryang some weird cultivation method, and then disappeared from the academy again. He spent all night teaching a new cultivation? To you guys? Not me, only to that guy, Yom Jerryang. I said I was too exhausted and went to sleep. Instructor, can you give me some sort of special training too? Persistent today, aren't you? Just stick to circulating your energy. He said there is nothing he can teach me. Yet, he stayed up the whole night to teach Yom Jerryang. So, in my case, I am just going to do energy circulation training for 6 straight days. Then fight Gok Bo okay in front of all the cadets. This won't do. Thank you for teaching me today, Inspector. Yes, you worked hard until this late. You must be tired, so go and rest. S.A.B. Gung. That man still hasn't shown his face even once. Sigh. Thanks to that, I've been teaching the kids all day again. Still. When was the last time I lived this leisurely? Being a teacher, something never in my fate, isn't all that bad. Come to think of it, I haven't checked in a while because I was busy with So-So. I wonder how the other cadets are doing. Dan Lijiang? Ah, Inspector. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to stick to energy circulation training until the martial duel? Ah. Well. Last night, Instructor S.A.B. Gung. Ha ha. Told me to start practicing sword techniques as well from today. Really? Why does that man come and then disappear without a trace? Anyway, don't overwork yourself too late at night. Yes, Inspector. Is it finally over? So? Any results? No. I still have a long way to go. Of course. Even as I am now. There's no way I'd lose to an ordinary cadet. You cocky brat. Grinning like that. Then, let's see for ourselves. Let's find out. Who amongst us spent this week with the most desperation? Revenge? Against Sang Chojin? For your dueling opponent to also be the target of your revenge? It's far too coincidental. Almost uncanny. Shall I hear your story? Ha! Where do I even begin? It started back when we were cadets in the same group. It wasn't as if we were enemies from the start. He was the heir of one of the most prestigious clans in the entire Jianghu, while I was from a small, insignificant martial clan. I had neither the reason nor the want to be tied together. But unfortunately, that bastard eventually found out. Hey, Yom Jerryang. What is it, Sang Chojin? The hidden truth of my no-name martial clan. You bastard. You're from the unorthodox faction, aren't you? How the hell did a bug like you get into Dragon Spring Academy? Unorthodox.
Could he be from the underworld Morim? Is that true? He's from the unorthodox side? I don't know where you picked up such information. It was true that my father had once been an unorthodox martial artist. But he had already renounced that path, and with the approval of the Orthodox Alliance, turned to righteousness long before I was even born. So watch your mouth. Fuck. A filthy half-breed mongrel like you dares to talk back? A traitor who abandoned his own faction and clung to the Orthodox faction, and even had the nerve to sire a child? Disgusting. Both the father and son both make me sick to my stomach. What I could never endure most of all was that bastard's skills, which matched his background. After my disgraceful defeat at that first night, I challenged him again and again. But not once. Not even once did I so much as touch a single hair on his head. And then, one day, out of nowhere, my group was suddenly reassigned to this very place. The special purpose class. And, that's all. What, so he never sent assassins after you? Or snuck into your room at night to attack you? Nothing like that? What? What kind of crazy nonsense is that? TSK, you damn brat. Ack. Arg. TCH. You glared at me with blazing, dead serious eyes, so I listened. Only to find out it was childish revenge. What a letdown. Go train harder in the basics. Ugh. Damn it. It may sound petty to you, but I will never forgive that bastard. He insulted not just me, but my parents as well. How could I endure that? Both you and that bastard have no idea what it meant for my father to turn away from the unorthodox path. Just wait and see, damn it. No matter what needs to be done. One day, I'll strike that bastard down with my own hands. No matter what needs to be done. So you'll do anything? Is that truly your resolve? And what if it is? Even if your story was anticlimactic, that spirit of yours is commendable. And unlike Dan Lijiang, who wallowed in defeat, you haven't drowned in self-pity. I like that. That means, yes, you pass. I'll help you. I had planned to pass this to you later, but here. From now on, I'm going to place this into your body. More precisely, into your middle energy core. Wait. What is that? Even if I explain, you won't fully understand. Just know that it's a type of energy quite different from that of ordinary martial artists. Because of that, IT will resist, thrash, and try to run wild instead of fusing easily. Your task, until the day of the duel, is to use the internal cultivation method. I'll teach you to suppress and harmonize this energy. One thing is certain. If successful, you will most definitely become stronger than you are now. If successful? And what happens if I fail? Your head might swell up and explode. What? I'm joking. Do you really think I'd just recklessly shove something like that into you? Joking about someone's life. However, if it goes wrong, it's true it'll hurt like hell. To the point you may wish you were dead instead. So, are you still willing to try? In the end, that's how it began. I devoted 18 hours every day, purely to suppressing and absorbing that energy. And before I knew it, 5 days had passed. At first, it felt like my chest was being torn open in unbearable agony. But by gritting my teeth and repeating the cultivation method, I eventually settled it down. Did I succeed? Honestly, I don't feel that different from before. And the guy who gave me this hasn't shown his face in days. Where the hell did he wander off to? Damn it, don't tell me. Was it a fraud? At least with this level, I'm more or less prepared. The next day. The Heavenly Martial Tournament Public Selection Duel begins. They're deciding the Heavenly Martial Tournament representatives through martial duels? This has never happened before. Then we skip that. So what? Thanks to it, we get to skip a day of training. Isn't that great? They called it the Special Purpose Class, right? Do you really think they'll stand a chance? No way. We're just here to watch those nobodies get taught a lesson. Still, you never know. Don't you remember when Dan Lijiang once beat Yun Wuqiang? Besides, this time, Yun Wuqiang is in the same class too. You don't know what you're talking about. Even if Yun Wuqiang's a genius, he can't compare to Li Bigiam yet. And it's not just Bigiam. Li Bigiam. There's Sword Flash Mach Clan's Mach Danoa. Not only that, there's Mach Danoa of the Sword Flash Mach Clan, Sang Chojin of the Heavenly Tiger Martial Academy, and Gok Bo Ok of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency. All of them are from prestigious families. No matter how much an ordinary person struggles, they can't overcome the wall of innate talent. That's right. The candidates I selected are the finest talents in the academy. Of course, it would have been perfect if Yun Wuqiang were still here. But there's no way my candidates would lose to those ordinary brats. Today, that arrogant brat will finally learn his place. You seem rather pleased with yourself. It's as if you're certain of your victory. S.A. Begone. I hear you've been working those cadets hard for the past week. Well, if those useless kids are to be worth anything, that's the minimum amount of effort they need to put in. They're not useless. They're just pitiful. Pardon? Thanks to a foolish instructor, they suffered meaningless hardship. And are now about to be humiliated in front of everyone. You're still holding a grudge from last time, I see. You're still hung up on something so trivial. Wait. That's a sword I haven't seen before. Ha! At least you've got a good eye for swords. This is a very special sword. It was custom made for me to wield alongside my cadets at the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Oh. Its name is the Violet Dawn Sword. I commissioned it from the region's most famous forge and paid a hefty sum of 200 silver niang. It cuts through stone with ease, yet doesn't bend a single inch. Its durability is unmatched. Above all, look at its beautiful craftsmanship. Hoo. This, my friend, is the very definition of a masterpiece. Ho! Would you look at this? If you ignore the unnecessarily flashy decorations, the sword itself is merely decent. Though the form and weight balance are very similar to the weapon I once used during my days as the Demon Army commander. Of course, it must just be a coincidence. Still, anything I can use, I will. Instructor Dung. What do you say we add a bit of fun while watching the matches? Let's place a wager on the outcome. A bet? Out of nowhere. Well, both of us are confident our cadets will win anyway. Besides, we never did settle our previous grudge, did we? Then, how about this? Depending on the final results, the loser must grant a request from the winner. And refusal will not be allowed. Hoo. Ha. A bet, you say? Based on the duel results? Have you already forgotten? It was I who arranged the match UPS for this duel just a week ago. Oh, I remember. Didn't you say this back then? Since this duel was forced through your one-sided insistence. The originally selected cadets deserve proper selection procedures. Exactly. In any case, fine. I'll accept your bet. Oh? I thought you'd hesitate a little. I guess you must really have something you desperately want. Hoo. Wouldn't it spoil the fun if I revealed it now? Pathetic fool. You think I don't know? The moment I showed you my sword, your eyes gave it away. You want to snatch the Violet Dawn sword for yourself, don't you? To think you'd be so shameless and greedy. Or should I be thankful for that greed? My demand is simple. If I win, S.A. Gang will resign from his position as an instructor of his own accord. That way, the detestable special purpose class will be dissolved. And Yun Wuqiang, whom he stole, will return to his rightful place. Most importantly, a rookie like him would never dare to challenge me again. Then, it's settled. The bet has been made. No backing out later. Attention, everyone! As announced beforehand, today's duel is to decide which cadets will represent our academy at the Heavenly Martial Tournament, the most important external event. Dragon Spring Academy Top Sword Instructor Acting Academy Master. Dark Shadow Divine Sword Sangpilji. In the past, the representatives were solely decided at the instructor's discretion. However, a certain bold young instructor challenged this method. And I accepted his proposal. Thus, today, instead of automatic selection, the original candidates will face off against challengers. The winners will advance. The duel will be one-on-one, best of 5 matches. Victory will be determined by surrender or loss of consciousness. However, keep in mind that if a clear attempt to kill is made, the duel will be stopped and declared a loss. Now then, let's begin the first match. Now, the first duelists, please step onto the stage. On the challenger's side, first-year cadet Yom Jeriang of the Special Purpose class. On the original candidate's side, first-year cadet Sang Chojin of the Flying Dragon class. That idiot looks nervous already. Hey, Mutt. I heard something funny about you lately. You've been training like crazy all week, huh? That's false, right? Don't tell me. You actually think you can stand against me? Vermin. You still don't know your place? Do you even remember how many times I've beaten you already? Of course, I do. Exactly 8 times. You bastard. Like hell that would hit me. Idiot. Damn it. Nothing's changed. That's to be expected. You really thought Yom Jeriang could beat Sang Chojin? I knew all along. The two have fought many times before. And Sang Chojin has won decisively every time. With so many prior matches, the gap could only have grown larger. It's not just Sang Chojin either. This bracket was perfectly arranged with the most suitable matchups placed exactly as needed. That's from the experience and judgment of an instructor, something a rookie like you lacks. Normally, this would have ended with near humiliation and defeat. But thanks to your foolish wager, S.A. Gang, you've brought ruin upon yourself. Blinded by short-sighted greed, you gambled with your cadets as the stakes. Now, accept the consequences. Gamble, you say? Whoever said that? This is a gamble? This is nothing more than a predetermined outcome. I got hit by this filthy mongrel? Damned bastard. A lowly mongrel like you. How dare you laugh at me? Damn it. He finally landed one hit, but is just getting beaten senseless again. UGH.
So in the end, was it just because Sang Chojin let his guard down for a moment?
Damn it.
After everything, nothing's really changed.
Of course he must have been careless. Yun Wookyung.
Then again, that guy was just as careless in all his previous matches. That fool would always go about bragging about how he never allowed a single hit to land.
In all his duels against Yom Jeriang. Well, that sounds just like him. Still, no matter his rotten personality, he's a genius born in a prestigious martial clan. Do you really think a man like Sang Chojin, just because of carelessness, would allow a clean hit from someone he's fought 8 times before? That means it can only mean one thing. Yom Jeriang
has clearly changed. The Heavenly Tiger Martial Academy. One of the most ancient and prestigious schools in Hunan.
Boasting over 100 disciples. I am the only son of its master, the region's most renowned prodigy. The one who mastered every technique of the martial academy. Raised on countless elixirs and blessed tonics since childhood. A chosen genius among geniuses. That's who I am.
Heavenly Sun Moon Radiant Sword Art.
First form. Heavenly Radiance Flurry. Heavenly Cloud Mobility Art.
Heavenly Radiance Sword Art 6th form.
No matter how careless I was.
I can't believe I disgraced myself like that in an official duel.
From now on, I'll pour everything I have into this fight. I'll crush this piece of trash so thoroughly, he won't even have a moment to breathe. That's the only way to redeem myself.
Heavenly Sun Moon Radiant Sword Art.
9th form. Radiant Soaring Dragon Slash. It's finally over. What a waste of time. That pathetic fool gave me more trouble than expected. That's it? I was the one getting beaten like a dog this whole time. Where do you think you're trying to sneak off to? Hey! I'm not done yet. What? That was my strongest strike. He got hit by it and still stood up? If you won't come, then I'll go to you. Slow-witted fool, you sure trained your endurance well. Know your place. You mongrel. Is it just me? Or am I actually getting used to these hits? What the hell?
The movements of his sword
are completely different from before. Wait, don't tell me. That ridiculous fool. The more he gets hurt, the more energy he's building up. Is he insane? What the hell did this guy do during the past week? No way. This can't be real. Look. Sang Chojin's getting pushed back. What are you doing, Sang Chojin? Snap out of it. He has fully adapted. Honestly, he's far better than I expected. During my time as a Legion commander, after confirming the existence of time regression,
I began planning countless ways to deal with the demons that would appear again after my return.
How can I kill them as efficiently as possible? For 65 years, I researched and designed hundreds. No, thousands of anti-demon tactics.
However, many were shelved for practical reasons.
This is one of the abandoned projects. injecting mana into a martial artist's body and forcibly awakening them,
training their bodies to adapt to it. In short, a simplified version of the modification experiments I suffered under the demons.
Of course, compared to back then, it's an extremely diluted amount of mana. That being said, mana is still the energy of another realm. No matter how much I refined it, the side effects could never be fully removed. Even I suffered in agony for days when I first re-infused myself after returning. But why Jerryang, that crazy bastard?
He actually endured the entire process I struggled with, and succeeded in fusing that power into his middle energy core.
The results speak for themselves. His strength, reflexes,
and blood circulation have all been enhanced.
Sang Chojin. Especially his middle energy core.
It's been greatly strengthened, boosting his stamina, endurance, and recovery to astonishing levels.
This reckless bastard. How long is he going to keep swinging? Enough already.
Heavenly Sun Moon Radiant Sword Art.
Just fall and stay down. 7th form Thundercloud Pursuit. Thick-headed bastard.
For Sang Chojin, who had always won every duel by relying on his overwhelming strength.
This has to be a nightmare come true. Got you. Hey. What's the matter? You're not really down for good after that, are you? Young master of the Heavenly Tiger Martial Academy? You little. Shut your damn mouth. You coward with no sense of honor.
If this were a real fight with real swords,
you'd have been cut down long ago. Well, you're not wrong. But so what? This is a duel, isn't it? Stop. That's enough. Match over. The winner of the first duel is Jerryang of the Special Purpose Class. What did I just see? How could this even be possible? Sang Chojin lost
to the same opponent he had already crushed several times before.
I won? For real? I defeated Sang Chojin. I won. I really won. Holy shit. Did you see that? You bastards better burn that into your eyeballs. I defeated Sang Chojin. Why's he acting like that all of a sudden? Did he go insane from taking too many hits? Those guys who mocked me behind my back. KEOK. Damn it. Shit. What the hell? Hey, Jerryang. I've done what I can to suppress the wild flow of energy inside your energy core. Well, to be precise, I only managed to calm down his mana. You need to rest.
Absolutely no inner energy use for at least 2 days.
Phew. Got it. You're just going to let this slide? The last time I saw him circulate his energy, he looked like he was in agony.
He literally vomited blood and passed out just from drawing a bit of inner energy.
Don't tell me. You actually taught him some kind of demonic art. Enough, Joe Muntak. I knew what I was getting into.
That drawing too much inner energy would cause me to end up like this. I learned that martial art with a full understanding of the risks. So stop saying pointless things. Fine, but don't come crying to me if things go wrong later. It's good that you care about your friend. But there's something else you should really be worrying about. You do realize you're up next, don't you? Joe Muntak? Well, you think you're so great, always refusing my training. I'm sure you've got everything under control, huh? Actually, I do have a plan. As soon as the match begins, I'll forfeit and step down. There's no point in flailing around in a fight I'm destined to lose. That's just stupid. Attention! Following the first match's victory by the SPC class, we will now begin the second duel of the selection tournament. First up, from the SPC class, first year Joe Muntak. And his opponent. From the Flying Dragon class, first year Manhwa. Whoa! Manhwa. Whoa! They don't have to shout her name this much. She doesn't even need a flashy entrance or speech. She's just standing there quietly. Yet her very presence cuts into your skin, razor sharp and suffocating. There's not a single opening in her stance. So this is what it's like to face one of the Sword Flash Mock Clan's members, huh? To think that even as a fellow first year, our gap is so overwhelming. But this is reality. Ordinary people without talent, Oregon noble birth, can only adapt quickly to survive. Still, it'd look kind of pathetic to surrender the instant the match starts. Maybe I'll pretend to fight a little, just once or twice. For YOM Jerryang Sake. Just to keep appearances. Alright, then. Heavenly Martial Tournament, second match. Begin. Why yeah. Yeah, that's how it should be. Ha ha ha. Joe Muntak. Hey, stop already. Huff. Ugh. Damn it. You idiot. I told you to stop. That's not a normal inner energy technique. That quack SA Begung must have tricked you. Why are you pushing yourself this far? It's not even your first loss to Sang Chojin, is it? Huff. Huff. You could have just swallowed your pride again like before. Huff. What? You think I'm just some loser who doesn't care? You thought since I've lost 8 times straight, one more loss wouldn't matter? That I'm used to it? No, that's not what I meant. KU. Yeah, sure. Maybe losing 8 in a row makes me a fool. Fine, I'll admit that. But don't you dare say it's normal for me to lose. I hate losing. Isn't that reason enough? Damn it. If you just stayed down quietly, this would have ended without an issue. But that bastard just had to do something he's never done before. Now, I'll be suffering for it too. That guy's holding wooden swords in both hands. They are too short to be called swords. Also, there's something weird attached to the back, like some kind of ring. But why's he taking them out only now? Doesn't matter. Go ahead. Do everything you can.
if that's what you wish. Let's have a good clash. Damn it, I figured as much. But still, it's nearly impossible to find even a single opening in her defense. Shit. You're not going to just swing one more weapon, are you? Though if that's truly all there is to it, then you might as well give up now. What were you expecting exactly? From someone average like me? But yes. I still have one last hidden card left. A silver thread. Since when did he? I surrender. I lost. The match is over. The winner is the Flying Dragon class's Manhwa. In the end, I was bound to lose anyway. I threw everything I had into it and just ended up exhausting myself. Hey! That wasn't too bad, you know? You lost, but that was a good fight, Slit Eyes. You've got some unusual techniques I've never seen before. Keep it up. Hey, what happened out there? Didn't you say you'd surrender as soon as it started? Then why were you going all out? Shut up, idiot. Who do you think is the reason I ended up like this? Well, I was kind of cool out there, wasn't I? Will you shut up already? You look pretty lively. For someone who just received a beating. You think I'm fine? It hurts like hell. You understand me clearly, right? Under no circumstances are you to lose. Even Sang Chojin was defeated. Uncle. What do you take me for? There's no way I'd lose to some shallow girl whose only worth is her family name. Second-year cadet of the Ferocious Tiger class. Wang Ji. Nephew of Deng Boyoung. Still, don't let your guard down. Do you know how much I've done to send you to the Heavenly Martial Tournament? Forget that. Uncle, you said it yourself. My opponent's some airhead girl who's never won a single sparring match before. I even heard she can't hit properly. How could I possibly lose to someone like that? Well, yes, that's true, but still. Hoo. By the way, that girl. Is she at least decent looking? So, are you finished preparing for your match? Inspector. Are you alright? Do you have a moment to talk? Inspector. Are you nervous? Your expression looks different than usual. And no, not at all. I'm totally fine. I've heard the rumors. They say you've never won a single duel so far. From what I've observed, though, your inner energy and body movements are actually better than most other students. Do you have a reason you can't tell others? Well, because getting hit hurts. What? Since I was 6, I trained in external martial arts. I had to learn by getting hit every morning and evening by my grandfather. He'd smack me until I was swollen all over. It hurt every day. As a result, even till now, you avoid getting hit whenever you can. Then, why don't you ever hit back? If I hit them, they'll hurt too, won't they? My gosh. This kid. Sigh. She's completely missing the point of being a martial artist. So, you've completely misunderstood something. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Actually, let's get ready. Alright then. The third duel begins. On the original candidate's side. Second year of the Ferocious Tiger class, Huang Ji. On the challenger's side, first year of SBC, Nung So. I heard she's a useless girl who can't even throw a proper punch. Hoo. She's got a decent face though. This might be entertaining. With that, begin the duel. WHOAA. Firstly, I'll make sure she clearly feels the difference in our levels. So you're good at dodging, huh? So, you've completely misunderstood something. Actually, your opponent, Huang Ji, likes getting hit. What? Huang Ji's from Shaanxi, right? The martial art he uses is the golden energy cultivation technique, and his main fist technique is the wild tiger gale fist strike. I think so. However, so, did you know this? Martial artists from the Huang clan of Shaanxi go through a special training regime to turn pain into pleasure, so that they can reduce suffering during combat. The more skilled the fighter, the more they enjoy taking hits. Really? Of course. It's a lie. How do you know all that, Inspector? Did you forget? I'm an inspector of the Murem Alliance. /another lie /. Well, if you still don't believe me. You damn brat. Ha! He doesn't look like he enjoyed that. Oh right. Inspector told me to ask this if it happened. Hey. By any chance, did that hurt? If you don't believe my words, hit them lightly once then ask, does that hurt? If they say it hurts or tell you to stop, then my words are wrong. But if they charge at you again without answering, that means he likes being hit. What did you just say? HM. I was wondering if that hit really hurt you. You filthy wench. I was going to play around and end it, but you dare mock me without knowing your place? I'll rip that arrogant mouth of yours apart. It's just as the inspector said. He really does like being hit. I'm so glad. Each strike she makes carries the essence of martial arts. How could a girl like that still be in the special purpose class? She's the granddaughter of Iron Fist Destroyer, Nung Cheol AK. Until recently, she avoided fighting other students altogether. So that means her attitude changed after joining the special purpose class? That's. It's good that I decided to visit the academy today. Someone who couldn't even use inner energy before came upon a fateful encounter. I guess it's not that simple. Before I regressed, she didn't stand out at all. But now she's a complete maniac. I saw her talk to Mei Xiaolin in the waiting room before the match. What did she say for her to change like that? Well, it doesn't matter now. More importantly, that's not possible. Well, this result is beyond expectations. Originally, the sparring tournament was just an excuse to take Dan Lijiang and Yun Wuqiang outside the academy. To investigate the cause of the demonic disturbance and train them in real combat. But discovering that Yom Jeriang and Nung Soso were more capable than expected was a pleasant surprise. I'll need to expand my plans from here. I surrender. I won. Surrender. That was a spectacular match that is rare to come by. The duel is over. The victor is Special Purpose Class's Nung Soso. I won. I won. I won, Inspector. You did very well, Soso. You were absolutely right, Inspector. My goodness. There really are people who enjoy pain. So I just kept hitting him with everything I had. Well done, Soso. Hohu, want to know something even more surprising? There are actually many people in the world who have those kinds of preferences and even martial arts styles to match. Really? That can't be true. Inspector, you're not teasing me, are you? I told you, didn't I? If you don't believe me, just ask them directly. Really? Honestly, how many martial artists would admit to being hurt when struck by a girl? Anyway, you've done enough. Go rest. Yes, Inspector. See you later. You two seem to have gotten close. You were giving out terrifying advice like that, too. You? Where the hell have you been? This was your job to handle. I had my own matters to deal with. Got interested in a rather peculiar person. Don't give me that nonsense. I heard you've been giving Yom Jeriang and Dan Lijiang some secret guidance. So you thought those three, including Yun Wuqiang, could all win, didn't you? Me? Teach Dan Lijiang? I didn't really teach him anything special though. Pathetic, useless fool. You strutted around so confidently, only to be beaten by that woman? Were you planning to disgrace the family? If you have a tongue, at least try to give me an excuse. I went through trouble just to secure you a spot in the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Heavenly Martial Tournament. White Martial Academy. Heavenly Academy. Dragon Spring Academy. A martial competition held for the top talents of the academies. However, the most important criterion for selecting participants in the Heavenly Martial Tournament is not skill. It is the family behind them. Lee Bigium of Lotus Sword Hall. Mok Danawa of Sword Flash Mok Clan. Sang Chojin of Heavenly Tiger Martial Academy. And Gok Bo Ok of Dragon Tiger Escort Agency. Just having their children participate brings enormous donations from each household. Heavenly Martial Tournament. That is the standard by which candidates are chosen. Utterly pathetic. The clan of my elder sister's husband begged me desperately. So I barely managed to open one extra slot. Yet he shows this disgraceful display. The instructors were already brimming with dissatisfaction due to the SAB Gong incident. If we lose the match and miss out on receiving donations this time, my position might collapse. The next match will have Gok Bo Ok of Dragon Tiger Escort Agency. Who are you? I heard the SPC runts are participating. And you're the one deciding match pairings. Huff. Right? Gok Bo Ok? You speak as insolently as ever. I told you to show respect to instructors. Who cares about that? Just pair me with that guy named Dan Lijiang. You can do that, right? You think you can arbitrarily change the match table? Stop spouting nonsense and get lost. If it's donations you want, I'll tell my clan and have them send as much as you desire. Just make sure I fight Dan Lijiang. I must be the one to crush that bastard. I paired them up as you asked. But if anything happens after I do all this, you'd better be prepared for what's coming. Gok Bo Ok? Ha ha ha. Great. That's great. Currently, SPC leads 2-1. Let's see how they overcome this crisis. Let US begin the fourth match. It's been a while since we last fought. Let's do this again. Focus. No unnecessary thoughts. I will simply do what I must. Gather my inner energy. Where do you think you're looking? Just because you haven't been hit in a while, do I look easy to you? I said, do I look easy? That's dangerous. He's on a completely different level than before. Dragon Tiger Mountain Splitting Fists. Crouching Dragon Rush. Get up, you brat. You got lucky winning a little practice match. Did you think you became something? You'll always be beneath me even if you die and are reborn. Is that so? No. I'm not who I was back then. Fine. Then, let me remind you what kind of bastard you really are. I can do this. I can win this. This is the last attack. Why now, of all times? Huff. You awake? You lost by a hair's breadth, Dan Lai Jung. Instructor. I'm sorry. It's because I was lacking. That I lost. It's fine. Losing happens. Ha ha. Besides, we still have Yun Wukian left, so IT isn't over yet. But still. Any day, Dan Lai Jung. There's something I'm curious about. Yes? You haven't been cultivating your inner energy properly, have you? How did he? No. It's obvious. I could tell from the amount of energy you were circulating. If you had actually been doing the circulation training I told you to do, then in that last moment, your inner energy wouldn't have run dry. Then, you mean? Yeah. Your match's outcome might have been different. But you didn't trust my words, did you? No. Instructor, that's not it. It's all right. IT isn't your fault. Actually, the fault is mine since I failed to earn your trust. I'm sorry. Instructor. Stop talking and go circulate your energy. How many times must I say it? If you want to grow stronger quickly, that's your only way. Don't worry. You think all I'll do is watch? Instructor. No. No, that's not it. Instructor. I'm the one in the wrong. Good. It's just like Mei Xiaolin said. Even if he had continued cultivating his energy, the result wasn't guaranteed. Gok Booke is a martial artist who uses his fists to fight, dodging every strike at close distance while building up energy is too difficult for someone at Dan Lijiang's level. Well, if that final attack had landed, who knows what would have happened? Either way, this turned out better. I'll listen closely from now on, instructor. You should have been like this sooner. With this, Dan Lijiang won't be able to refuse my teachings anymore. I'll continue guiding him slowly from here. Are you grinning foolishly again? How many times must I tell you that it looks bad? TSK. Elder Jean Beck. What brings you here? A physician belongs in the medicine hall. Where else would I be? But what are you doing here? The final match starts soon. Shouldn't you at least go and cheer them on? Cheer? You mean, for that arrogant brat, Yun Wukiang? I'll take care of myself. Cool. Ha ha. An instructor shouldn't call his own cadet that. Besides, wasn't it your idea for him to win the duel and enter the Heavenly Martial Tournament? Shall I tell you a secret? What are you suddenly saying? A secret? The truth is, the outcome of these duels do not matter in the slightest. What? You've truly gone mad, haven't you? HUF. Are you not afraid of my clan's fury? Yun Wukyung. 8 minutes ago. We've finally reached the last bout. Both sides are currently tied at 2 wins and 2 losses. So the result of this match will determine the victor. Begin the duel. You insolent brat. It's already been over 10 years since we, the Lotus Sword Hall, broke away from the destructive Sword Yun clan. During all that time, the martial artists of our hall participated in numerous tournaments and built our reputation by cutting down countless unorthodox as well as underworld scum, raising the honor of orthodox martial artists. And yet, even now, there are still fools who boast that the destructive Sword Yun clan is the greatest clan under the heaven. After the great war between orthodox and demonic forces, they achieved nothing. They're nothing but an old, withered tiger. This tournament is the same. It's all happening because that bastard went back on his word, which created the unprecedented situation of a selection match. Despicable wretch. But it all ends here. I will show everyone gathered here today that the likes of the destructive Sword Yun clan have long since been surpassed by us, the Lotus Sword Hall, and me, Lee Bigium. He's going at it from the start. You must win, Lee Bigium. Out of all the students, you're the only one who can face Yun Wukyung. Take this, Yun Wukyung. This can't be. Is this really a duel between students? Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword. Third form. Twin Dragon Fong Severance. Have you already forgotten, Yun Wukyung? There is no one in this entire academy who knows the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword better than I do. Not even you. True. You would have struggled against that same sword technique previously. What? Then, this time, let's see if that also applies to something else. That stance. Don't tell me he intends to use a different sword art? You arrogant brat. Fine. No matter how many times you come at me. Just now. My head. What are you doing, senior? Please focus. There are still many things I want to test. Bastard. Could this be? No. It can't be. But, with that stance and tempo, Yun Wukyung, you're not possibly. You actually altered the original foundational forms of the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword yourself. That's right. That's it, Yun Wukyung. During your duel with Dan Lai Zheng, along with after I left you with that single sentence, the Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword is not an invincible martial art. A smart kid like you must have realized something. There is no such thing as a martial art without flaws. No technique is truly invincible. However, Yun Wukyung, with your unparalleled talent,
the only sword technique that perfectly matches you.
And the one only you can wield. Is the one you forged yourself?
Of course, the original Supreme Dragon Heaven Severing Sword was famed as the greatest orthodox sword art. Compared to that, the version you altered is still unstable and filled with openings. Right now, Lee Bigium is only unable to respond properly due to his shock.
But that's fine, because I already know that. The martial art you've rebuilt from the ground up will become far stronger than the original in the end. Yun Wukyung, you bastard. You really have gone insane, haven't you? Of all people, you, a legitimate heir of a noble clan. You dare to arbitrarily tear apart and modify the ancestral martial techniques that have been passed down for generations? And you're doing it at a public martial arts match in front of everyone? You arrogant brat. Are you not afraid of your clan's wrath?
At the very least, this isn't something an outsider like you needs to be worrying about, senior.
Yun Wukyung.
I'll handle the consequences myself. So I'd prefer that you don't interfere unnecessarily.
The match is over. SBC's Yun Wukyung wins. The overall result of the match between classes is 3-2. With this, the overall victory goes to the SPC. I can't believe the SPC really won. How could something like this? We really won. Ha ha. This is unreal. You little punk, I told you that we'd win, didn't I? When did you ever say that? Fine. For now, just purely enjoy the victory. Because when I think about the future that's coming, this moment might remain as their happiest memory. Then, all that's left now is Senior Instructor S.A.B. Gong. As the SBC's representative and homeroom instructor, please come up onto the stage. Excellent work, Instructor S.A.B. Gong. Amongst the spectators gathered here today, only a very small number would have expected the SPC to win. Even so, you and your students have proven your abilities before everyone. Thus, as the acting head of Dragon Spring Academy, I hereby declare that the representative team for this Heavenly Martial Tournament will be the SPC. Acting head. That's far too. I will not accept objections. This is something that was already decided a week ago, is it not? Yes. That's correct. In any case, congratulations, Instructor S.A.B. Gong. Things turned out just as you wished. Thank you, acting head. Then, may I be excused now? There's a lot I need to prepare before the Heavenly Martial Tournament. No. Now, we will begin the match to decide the instructor who will lead the team until the Heavenly Martial Tournament. What? There's still another match? What? What is this now? Phew. So this was your aim from the very beginning? Ha ha ha. That's what you ask in this situation? I knew my eyes weren't wrong. Recently, there's been an interesting rumor going around the academy that the assistant instructor who couldn't even properly use inner energy suddenly experienced a fateful encounter one day and became shockingly strong. Then, he even passed the senior instructor promotion exam just 2 days later. Of course, I thought it was just the usual kind of rumor. Ha ha. And what do you know? Right in front of me was the most inexplicable martial artist I'd ever seen. Your physical conditioning and inner energy were clearly at the level of an ordinary human. Yet inside you, I could feel a strange energy I'd never once sensed before in my entire life. That's when I decided. I absolutely have to cross swords with you. I had a feeling it would come to this. Dark Shadow Divine Sword Sangpilji. Currently the sole Supreme Peak Realm Martial Master of the Dragon Spring Academy and one of the Orthodox Alliance's 10 Great Martial Masters. After the previous head of Dragon Spring Academy, Un Jiryung, suddenly vanished without a trace. He has been serving as acting head. However, the most troublesome thing about this man is that he's a severe battle maniac who only feels joy when fighting strong opponents. Normally he only focuses on martial arts training and is indifferent to academy affairs, so I hadn't paid him much mind. I never imagined he'd be able to sense the mana I possess. So this is the extent of a Supreme Peak Realm Martial Master's perception. To be honest, I really don't feel like doing this. Is there any chance I can refuse? Didn't you say it yourself the day we first met? A martial artist's qualifications are decided by their martial arts. You're free to refuse, but in that case, I'll have no choice but to take charge of leading the team to the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Would you really be fine with me taking away the students you've so painstakingly raised? Looks like I don't have a choice. Instructor Dung Boyoung. What is it, Instructor S.A. Begong? You remember the promise you made back then, don't you? What? What promise? Depending on the final results, the loser must grant a request from the winner. And refusal will not be allowed. Why you? You bastard. Don't tell me. Yes. As promised. That sword is mine now. No. My Violet Dawn sword. What is that? That is Phantom Grasp? No, that's the sword control art. You robber. This is the one thing I will never agree to. I went through so much to get this sword. You piece of. Sigh. What a shame. If IT isn't that sword, IT looks like the spar will be difficult. So, what will you do? Acting Academy Master, Sangpilji? You're going to tattle on me? A Academy Master. Dung Boyoung. If you don't let go of it right now, you'll be cut down by my sword. As expected, it's a splendid sword. Then, I'll make good use of it, Instructor Dung Boyoung. I will never ever forgive you for this. S.A. Baigang. All right, then. May I begin now? Wait. What now? Before we fight, there's something I'm curious about. Why go through such a bothersome method to fight? If someone at the level of an acting academy master wants to have a match with a mere instructor, there are far simpler ways to do it. More than anything, objectively speaking, there's far more for you to lose than I do in a spar. Could it be that you think there's absolutely no way you'll lose, so you don't care what happens after? I'm not exactly a humble person, but I'm not that arrogant either. Sounds like there's been a slight misunderstanding. There's a perfectly good reason for me to do this. Firstly, if I had forced a fight with you, you would have merely humored me just enough and then surrendered, since there wouldn't have been a reason for you to fight. Secondly, you could call it my own way of showing sincerity. So you intend to represent our academy at the Heavenly Martial Tournament? Yes, and I want to personally select the cadets who will participate. I don't know your true intentions, but either way,
It did seem certain that the heavenly martial tournament was your objective.
Now then, do you understand?
Even if I have to put up with this inconvenience, I want to fight you at full strength no matter what.
Well, looks like I got caught by a pretty persistent man. You might really die though? That is the exact thing I desire more than anything. As you wish then.
They are all sword energies with physical forms.
Interesting.
But with only this much.
Ha ha ha, an ice art this time? You're a talented fellow.
Holy shit.
Is that really martial arts?
Fireball. I wanted to avoid using magic in front of martial artists as much as possible, but my opponent is the most overwhelming martial master I've faced since my time regression. He isn't someone I can beat while keeping my strength hidden.
Ha 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 ha. Amazing, truly amazing.
In the end, this too is something that happened due to the influence of my regression. I'll finish this as quickly as possible.
Splendid.
I knew I had judged you correctly. But this is far from over. I'll have to savor a lot more of this. Why are you so surprised?
This is just the beginning. Overdrive. Strength enhancement. Concentration enhancement. Acceleration, reaction speed enhancement. Force armor, durability enhancement. Yeah, this is it. I've been waiting for a fight like this. Let me enjoy it a little more. Damn it.
Even if I use every enhancement spell I've got, a head-on clash is just too much.
Astral chain. I didn't want to use this with so many people watching.
But no matter how grand of a martial master he is, if his inner energy gets stolen, there's nothing he can do.
Begung. That idiot.
From the start, it was a spar that he should never have accepted. His opponent is a martial master who ranks in the top 10 of the Orthodox Alliance, and he's famous as a battle-crazed fighter.
Begung.
I know you've got strange abilities.
But even so, there are limits. What the hell are you thinking? I got a good look at all your various tricks, Instructor Begung. Don't tell me you've already shown me everything you've got. If that really was all. Seriously. One really can't fix bad habits.
As if getting demoted for being addicted to brawling wasn't enough. You finally picked a fight without even knowing your place and got smashed to pieces for it.
That lunatic. Is he really trying to die? Sang Pilji. Dark Shadow. Divine Sword. Just like he said, that man was, as recently as 5 years ago, the leader of the Orthodox Alliance's combat unit. Even back then, his martial arts level was already impressive enough. The problem was his ferocious nature. He would charge in without hesitation whenever it was a duel against a martial master. Because of that, he caused big and small problems within the alliance, and was ultimately demoted here as an instructor at Dragon Spring Academy. Back then, the Orthodox sect's 10 great martial masters, Unjirion, was the Dragon Spring Academy head. He challenged Unjirion to a duel and suffered a miserable defeat. Fortunately, after that, there weren't any major issues for a while. The problem is that after Unjirion, the academy head, suddenly went missing 2 years ago, there's been no one left who can restrain him. It's something every long-serving instructor knows, but that's the one thing you must never bring up in front of him. All you have to say is some pathetic provocation? I'll give you credit for your guts. But if it was just empty talk, you'll pay the price, kid. Kid? Are you referring to me? Hearing that, I'm starting to get pissed off. Strutting around all smug just because you're some measly Supreme Peak realm. What? You said you wanted to see what I'm really made of? Fine. If you want it, I'll show you. Don't blame me if you die. In the end, you brought it on yourself. What is that? In this Jianghu, there is inner energy. The power used by the beings of the demon realm, the source of demons, mana. Aside from the fact that it's an intangible energy with no physical form, their nature and origin are completely different. So when the two exist together, they don't mix and violently repel each other. And I am the only existence who carries both inner energy and mana in a single body. Ironically, that was because of my innate constitution, one that prevented me from using my inner energy properly. So then, here's the question. If you take the inner energy that merely existed within you, then stimulate your energy and blood with mana to forcibly activate it, and then forcibly fuse it with mana amplified to the absolute limit, what would happen? Not like Yeom Jeriang, who starts with an extremely small amount and slowly blends them together. But if you force two mutually opposing powers, amplified to the extreme, to collide head-on, it results in. Explains how someone like me who couldn't even reach the edge of first-rate martial artist in the Murim extreme mana fusion could rise all the way to become a Demon Realm Legion commander. Try taking this, kid. What is with that rampaging, overwhelming energy? Are you finally serious now, S.A. Begone? Run. This can't be. The heaven-sent opportunity he had was real? That's it. Come at me. Instructor S.A. Begone. I don't care anymore. Extreme Mana Fusion. First technique. Sun Cleaver. It failed. I was short on mana. Did this body also fail to endure the rampage of energy? And more than anything, that piece of trash. He talked big like it was a good sword. TSK. Well, whatever. Thanks to that. You didn't die and it's over. Looks like we both ended up losing our weapons. If there's a match left to settle, we could always make it a fist fight. Instructor S.A. Begung. What is it? Why the serious face all of a sudden? I heard you're born unable to use inner energy. And you said you obtained some kind of heaven-sent opportunity and became able to use inner energy. Well, that's true, I guess. Then the sword energy you used just now. Was that something you created yourself as well? Yes. Very well. Listen up, everyone. I, Sang Pilji, the Acting Academy Master of Dragon Spring Academy and a swordsmanship instructor, hereby announce that the result of this spar was to decide who will lead the Heavenly Martial Tournament team. I declare, here and now, that Instructor S.A. Begang is the victor. Please achieve an excellent result at the Heavenly Martial Tournament and bring honor to the name of Dragon Spring Academy. That is all. Really? That half-baked weakling, S.A. Begung, used to be an assistant instructor, one? How can this? My precious sword. Well, don't take back those words later. Begung. Instructor. Instructor S.A. Begung. Was that something you created yourself as well? That immense energy contained within that single strike. If the sword had endured it, this entire area would have been reduced to scorched earth and no one would have survived. Not even himself. That sword energy was not made for fighting humans. It was beyond comprehension. Something vast, something that transcends what humans know. It was a sword made to face an existence like that. To think he created such an absurd sword energy himself. S.A. Begung. What in the world are you preparing for? Detected unknown mana fluctuation. Analyzing the unique mana pattern. Unable to confirm. Anomalous situation. Report to the Legion. Report to the Legion. Report to the Legion. You little punk. What the hell is this? There's a limit to how reckless you can be. I told you, IT was unavoidable. Sigh. I've heard that some unorthodox martial arts focus so much on destructive power that they sometimes end up damaging their own body. But this is on a completely different level. Even if it was only for a moment, that was literally a disaster. I've never even heard of such a destructive martial art in my life. Where on earth did you even? Pavilion Master. I don't want to lie to you. So please don't ask about that anymore. All right. You'll be busy soon, what with leading the Heavenly Martial Tournament and all. But for now, rest and recover for a while. Well, at least it ended without turning into a complete mess. Then, on to the next step. Instructor S.A. Begung, are you in there? That voice. Department Head, Cheon Semyung? That's right. May I come in for a moment? Ha! He came to my room in person? Honestly, he's exactly the kind of man who would do that. Because he's just confirmed with his own eyes what he'd previously only suspected about my martial prowess. Come in. Hey there. Life's funny. Who would have thought the instructor department head would come looking for me personally? So, what brings you here? This insolent little brat. I must hold myself back. Ho ho.
Anyway, congratulations on winning the spar.
However, unfortunately, there's an issue regarding the Heavenly Martial Tournament. What the hell are you trying to pull now, Shion Semyon? If you're trying to get in my way now. No. No, it's not that. It's not like that. One person. We need one more cadet. So, you're saying the required number before entering the Heavenly Martial Tournament is 6 people? It's common to pick around 10, including reserve candidates, but anyway, yes, the minimum requirement is 6. Ahem. But you only had 5 people too, didn't you? Those useless bastards. Ha ha.
I did have a few cadets in mind as backups.
So, you. Well, it's not exactly a hard problem. If I have to bring one more person along, then, it can of course only be that cadet. A week later. Wow, are we really going? SPC, Joe Muntak. SPC, YOM Jeriang. Honestly, it still doesn't feel real that we're entering the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Well, that's only if we actually make it there safely though.
They said it takes a full month just to get from here to the White Martial Academy. They even said that leaving the academy grounds and arriving safely is part of the event.
What? Worried we'll run into the Green Forest bandits? If we do, we just beat them all up and that's that. Geez, are your injuries all healed up? SPC, Yun Wukyung. SPC, Dan Lijiang. Why's he acting like that? Does he need to use the toilet? SPC, Nun Soso. By the way, when is he coming? Hey there, everyone here? You were all so excited you couldn't sleep, right?
After all, thanks to me, your amazing instructor, you all get to attend the glorious Heavenly Martial Tournament.
I don't think any of us actually wanted to go though. Alright. Before we depart, here's an important announcement. I'll introduce the newcomer joining us on this trip.
To fill the participant quota, we're adding Mach Danoa from the Flying Dragon class.
You all know her already, right? Flying Dragon class Mach Danoa. Hey, the person who beat you up is here. Shut up, will you? Ha ha. Wow, Danoa's coming too? Nice. But is Inspector coming too? Sigh. You think I can just leave you brats to that weirdo?
I'm going too so I can keep an eye on everyone.
S.A. Begong, you haven't forgotten the promise, have you? I'll do everything you need for your revenge. All you have to do is stay by my side.
If what you said back then was just to get out of the situation,
I'll make you pay for it. Alright then, shall we get going? Ugh, when do we reach? We literally just left. Aren't you going to ask how Wukyun's been today? What are you talking about? Be quiet. Alright, our adventure begins now. That line feels like a bad omen. Let's not say stuff like that. Ha! I'm already feeling uneasy. Well, it'll work out somehow. Damned cowards. Hey, you okay? Jerry Yang. Kill them. Everyone, get it together. We're not done yet. Damn it, this never ends. How did we even end up like this? 2 days earlier. Ah, man, my butt's killing me. At this rate, I'd be better off walking. Do something about this. Who the hell drives a carriage this long without a brake? Oh. A butterfly. Don't they even get tired of quarreling? Everyone be quiet. Your instructor, who is basically like your god, is watching over you all. Why is someone like that an instructor? Wookiyoung, are you really okay? There's still enough space to sit inside. Don't worry about me. I'm more comfortable this way. It's been 2 days since we set out toward the Heavenly Martial Tournament. Yesterday we stopped at a village to buy a carriage and supplies. Spent the night at an inn, and have been traveling all day again. For a month-long journey, we definitely need at least one carriage. Hey, Lijung. Want me to take over if your legs are sore? And no, I'm still fine. Thanks. This so-called training journey is more boring than I thought. Ha ha ha. I only learned this time that leaving the academy for a month to travel to the Heavenly Martial Tournament like this is actually part of the journey itself. And the formal name for it is the training journey. That must mean it's an important educational experience for the students. Experiencing the Jianghu Murim directly is something you couldn't experience inside the academy. It's supposed to be peaceful, but depending on circumstances, you might encounter the Green Forest Alliance or martial artists from the unorthodox sect. And in the worst case, even a bloodshed incident could break out. If something like that actually happens, a piece of trash like me would just get in the way. That depressing kid is doing it again. Thanks to that, he's following orders well now, but I can't keep leaving him as he is. He'll need to get his head straight soon. Instructor. There's something up ahead. That is. Good grief. Looks like they were attacked by the Green Forest Alliance. TSK. Well, it's not that surprising in a mountain pass like this. Move the bodies aside so the carriage can go through. Wait. What? You want to just step over them and go? Wow, you really are cruel. That's not what I mean. You're just going to brush them aside and leave? At the very least, we should bury them nearby. Yon Jeriang, you're more compassionate than appearances suggest, huh? I forbid it. Sunset will come soon. If we waste any more time, we won't reach a village by nightfall. If that happens, we'll have no choice but to camp in the mountains. Can you handle that? Well, one night is fine. This isn't a decision you can make on your own, is it? Ha! Damn it. Fine, I get it. Wait. Just a moment. Why do you need to go to the bathroom again, Lijung? And no, it's not that. I'm in favor too. If we leave them like this, wild beasts will desecrate the bodies. That would be too cruel. We should at least let them rest in peace after death. I'm also in favor. What's one night, anyway? And me too. Now that I think about it, burying them feels right for our peace of mind. I don't really care either way. Well, just this once, then. If that's what everyone wants, there's no helping it then. Be quick about this. I'll scout the area for a good campsite in the meantime. Okay. What's gotten into him? Usually in cases like this, he'd be more ruthless about pushing forward. Maybe he still has a soft side when it comes to the kids after all. Coo. I bet the higher UPS would be delighted. Chiefs. Good news. What is it? Fresh prey has been caught. From their behaviors, they look like martial artists just entering the Jianghu. They're planning to camp nearby tonight, so if we strike then. Arg. I can't be bothered. Left demon, you go. I'm exhausted. What? I handled those merchant guys alone just the other day. You do it this time. This time you two will be especially satisfied. There are 3 women in the group. Each one is a real beauty. Really? Coo. Then that changes things. So, where are these cute little things, huh? Wow! It caught fire. A stone that creates fire? I've never seen anything like that before. Wow! Well, it's not really that amazing. Since the stone has high metal content, it creates sparks like this when you scrape it with a blade. I keep one with me and use it when the need arises. Aha, that's interesting. Is your sleeping area ready? Yeah, we prepared it like you said. I laid tree leaves on the ground and covered them with cloth. And I also made sure there were no insects. Good job. Well, one night with this should be fine. In any case, what's taking those guys so long? They're back. Did you two roll down a cliff? Ha. So, how'd the hunt go? Did you catch anything? Well. We got some tree berries and a few mushrooms. What is this? Ha? You two went out and couldn't even catch one rabbit? It was doomed from the start. Hunting at this late hour, after the sun had already set? The whole situation was nonsensical from the beginning. Even if someone else went, the result would have been the same. Oh. The hunting group's back. What's with you two? Don't tell me you didn't catch anything. Patrols finished? Anything unusual? Nothing special, really. No signs of beasts in the area. Oh, these? I spotted them on the way back and just caught them. By the way, I guess there are things even the young master of the destructive sword Yun-clan can't do. Will you really be okay? Usually, the night watch rotates, so one person at a time would be enough. Never mind. I'll stay up all night, so everyone else can rest easy. But you'll be too exhausted. I can rest in the carriage tomorrow during the journey, so don't worry. While I did agree to camp out for one night, are they really asking me to sleep on the ground just like that? Still, saying I'll sleep alone in the carriage doesn't seem right either. And I didn't do anything to help with the camping preparations? This is the best way to maintain my dignity without appearing fussy. Don't worry about it. You should get some rest, too, Dan Lai Jung. Then I'll be counting on you. What are you doing out here all alone? Or should I say, what scheme are you cooking up now? You always show up out of nowhere spouting strange things. Don't play dumb. Burying victims you happen to meet on the road out of pity? You're not the type to be that sentimental. No, to begin with. What's the real purpose of this training journey? Don't tell me you're still onto that nonsense about fostering the students' growth and broadening their horizons. So what? Wanting my students to grow as an instructor is a perfectly ordinary goal, isn't it? Instructor? An ordinary goal? That's the funniest thing I've heard in a while. You're still an enigma I can't fully understand. But I know this much. You have a clear purpose driving your plans and actions. Whatever that wretched goal is. I won't press you about my revenge just yet. But if you're going to make use of me, I deserve to know your purpose. As expected of you. Your experience as the soul-taking celestial maiden hasn't faded. When you asked me how I knew your real name before, I told you, didn't I? That you wouldn't believe me anyway. You're trying to slip away with that excuse again? Yes. I regret doing so, but for now, that pathetic excuse is all I can give. Well, what I can say for sure right now is that one purpose of this training journey is for their growth. They're precious to my plan, even if it doesn't seem that way. Of course, they need to become far stronger than they are right now. Not just in martial prowess, but mentally as well. Another purpose is? There are several things I need to verify along our route. What things? I still can't say. The special grade mana stones the demon race has hidden, along with all sorts of artifacts. And above all, the location of the demon realm reported by the Ghost Shadow Manor. What exists there isn't entirely clear yet. But if it's been corrupted to that degree, there's definitely something massive there. At worst, we may end up having to fight the demon race. So, I hope you'll understand what I'm going to do for now. What? What are you suddenly talking about? It's about time the guests arrive. Because with you awake, those reckless kids won't end up facing enough trials. Welcome to the real Jianghu. Kiddos. A while back, right after the public duel ended, when Instructor S.A. Begang invited me to participate in the Heavenly Martial Tournament, I was honestly thrilled. Of course, that thoughtless eccentric instructor and the Heavenly Martial Tournament itself are things I never cared about anyway, so I didn't really care. What was important was that an opportunity had come to spend time with Wuqiang. Over 2 months of it, no less. However, living outside the academy turned out to be harder than I thought. And I need to show Wuqiang only my best side. Who's there? Reveal yourself. What? Manhwa, what's wrong? You're as sharp in your energy detection as you are beautiful. What the hell? Hey, who are you? I've never seen such an arrogant brat. How dare you raise your voice before your elders? I should twist off your limbs one by one. What is this? There's this suffocating, crushing pressure. Out of nowhere. Stop harassing my juniors. May I ask about your identities and the purpose of your visit here? Ho! Look at you. You're able to stop my bloodlust like that? You've got some skills for a youngster. Which clan are you from? I am Yun Wuqiang of the Destructive Sword Yun clan. The Destructive Sword Yun clan? The strongest clan in the world? Wahaha! We hit the jackpot today. Child of the Destructive Sword Yun clan, we are the twin demons of the underworld. The twin demons of the underworld. I guess you now understand what we're after. We can demand quite a hefty ransom from the Destructive Sword Yun clan. Cuckoo. Everyone, prepare for combat. We're completely surrounded. Everyone, be careful. Get them. Twin demons of the underworld. In Hunan and Jiangxi, where famous unorthodox martial masters operate. They primarily ambush merchants and travelers passing through mountain paths,
committing all types of vicious crimes like murder, assault, robbery, and kidnapping. This earned them a notorious reputation. Although their martial prowess hasn't reached the peak realm, they are extremely cunning and elusive, and with the two brothers' skilled combination attacks, they've killed countless martial artists. They eventually meet their end at the hands of an execution squad dispatched by the Orthodox Alliance. But by that point, their victims numbered well over 3 digits. In summary, their opponents are unorthodox martial artists with moderate martial prowess while being cunning and vicious. They are perfectly suited as the first real opponents for these inexperienced youths. Gah! Kill them! Well then, let's evaluate just how strong each of them is. Kill them! Kill them! Gah! Shit! I'm already running out of inner energy. Lai Jung, move aside. Bring it on! You mountain bandits! Hey, hey! Jerry Yang, don't get too excited. Ugh! There's no end to them. Are you hurt? Why are you saying something so obvious? Cursed bitch. That hurt. That shouldn't be the case though. Ho ho ho. I guess this is to be expected of the destructive Sword Yun clan. For one so young to reach this level of mastery. However, it seems your experience is still lacking. Damn it. Don't worry, Wukyung. I'll handle the other one. Such a young brat possesses inner energy this profound. This surpasses decades of painstakingly cultivated inner energy. So this is the bloodline of the greatest clan under heaven. B boss. Help me out. Shut up. I'm busy over here too. This bitch. What is this incredible speed in her attacks? Danoa. What? Cover me just this once. Alright, I've got you. That guy. We can't leave him alone. Something about him is dangerous. Lightning Flash Sword Art. Fourth form. Stormy Heavens. Supreme Dragon Sword Art. First form. Supreme. Flash. What? My goodness. I've never doubted Wukyung's strength in the field, but to sever both of them cleanly with a single strike. At that level, he has already surpassed the standard of a rising martial artist. Listen up, all of you. The twin demons of the underworld, your leaders, have fallen. If you value your lives, surrender your weapons at once and yield. Did he succeed? L lies. That can't be true. Look. He's not lying. They're both dead. Fuck it, let's bolt. Surrender, my ass. No point in us staying around. What is that? Asking them to surrender? You're still wet behind the ears. How was it? Your first real combat in the Jianghu.
Where have you been until now?
Of course, I was watching carefully nearby.
Did you think I'd abandon my precious cadets and flee? You're so irresponsible.
Because of you, we nearly all suffered serious injuries.
Why is that my fault? What was the cause of all of you having to set up camp in these mountains tonight? Have you already forgotten? I clearly warned you. But this was something you all agreed to, wasn't it? Well, forget it. I have no intention of blaming you for it now. What matters is what comes next. First, Yun Wukyung. You grasped the situation quickly, didn't lose your composure to the enemy's provocations, and handled things calmly.
Additionally, after assessing your opponent's capabilities, you asked for help from your allies and finished them with your most reliable killing technique.
That was excellent. However, you failed to monitor your comrade's safety during the battle.
And your finish was somewhat clumsy.
I'm deducting points for that. 85 out of 100. Next, Mach Danoa. You sensed the enemy's energy and reacted swiftly by preparing for an ambush.
You panicked somewhat at first, but quickly adapted, supported Yun Wukyung, and handled the enemy's leaders well.
80 out of 100. Well, that wasn't bad. Now, the remaining 4 of you. You all fell short of standard. What? We fought hard too. Keep quiet and listen. First, you, Yeom Jeriang. Charging in alone like a raging boar and flailing about. Is that what fighting hard looks like? Did you think relying on being bold alone was enough? 45 out of 100. A bore. Next, Joe Muntak. It was good that you watched your comrades and provided support. But you were so focused on that, you failed to properly handle the enemy right in front of you. 60 out of 100. None so. You had countless opportunities during the battle, yet you kept hesitating to attack. I already know your issue to some extent. But will you keep thinking that way even against an enemy trying to kill you? 35 out of 100. And Dan Liejung. Yes. Shouldn't you have grasped the basics of your own inner energy characteristics by now? How can you exhaust all your inner energy in just a few minutes? I never taught you to act so recklessly.
You should at least be able to judge situations and regulate your strength by now.
50 out of 100.
Had only Yun Wukyung been absent tonight, all of you would have suffered serious injuries and at least 1 or 2 of you would have died. In the worst case, you'd all have been captured and subjected to unspeakable torment.
Do you understand the reality now?
Your lives were hanging by a thread just from running into bandits who were passing by.
That's exactly your current level. So from now on, follow my orders without question. Instructor. What? Do you have something to argue about? No. Behind you. Oh shit. Alliance leader, is this really okay? Azure Dragon Hall leader Yu Songryong.
The vicious rumors about the twin demons of the underworld.
I'm worried they might tarnish the unorthodox alliance's reputation. Yes. I fully understand your concern. However, weren't they personally recommended by Hyeryong?
They, too, are merely unfortunate souls, deceived and falsely accused due to agitation by the orthodox faction.
Yes. You're right. White Tiger Hall leader Chu Hyeryong.
Once we meet them directly and have a proper dialogue, they will surely understand the greater goal.
I understand. Unorthodox Alliance leader. Supreme Emperor of Kind Fists.
Everything for the salvation of the oppressed.
Hyo Muguk.
They really are the twin demons of the underworld.
How on earth did you defeat these elusive old monsters?
How or whatever, those guys came looking for US in the middle of the night and attacked. They probably didn't expect US to be a group from the Martial Arts Academy, right? If you go to the place I mentioned, you'll be able to verify the bodies of their subordinates as well.
AzureAskins.com.
Humph, these heinous demons met the wrong opponent this time.
Were they that famous?
Don't even mention it, young lady. The number of lives taken by these guys must already be over 100.
Most of them weren't even martial artists, but merchants or commoners. Is that all?
They also kidnapped women and committed countless unspeakable, horrific acts. Anyway, those unorthodox bastards should all be wiped out.
I agree. Now then, what about the bounty?
Thanks to this, our travel funds have increased.
Can you stop that? It's embarrassing in front of the kids. Geez, are you still mad? I said I was sorry about yesterday. I promised to let you rest well in the village today instead. Wow, please give me one more bowl of noodles. What is it, Yeom Jeriang? You're usually the one who devours it the most greedily, so what's up?
It's just, I keep thinking about the discussion regarding the unorthodox faction they were having earlier. Of course, those twin demons of the underworld we faced yesterday were beasts who fully deserved to die, but
even so, treating all unorthodox faction martial artists as criminals is still a bit.
I don't care what others say about me, but how am I supposed to endure them insulting my parents too?
You don't know a damn thing about how my father felt when he defected back then. If you're trying to defend the unorthodox faction, stop. Have you forgotten why the unorthodox faction is treated that way? War of Orthodox and Unorthodox broke out over a decade ago.
They were the ones who ultimately turned their backs on the crisis of the Murim just to save themselves.
It's only natural that they've been ostracized since the Orthodox Alliance won.
I don't intend to criticize you by bringing up your birth like saying Shojin, but anyway, you should consider yourself lucky to have escaped the unorthodox faction and stay as far away from them as possible.
TSK. I know that much. Do you really think so?
Just because we didn't participate in the Great War of Orthodox and Unorthodox.
You think it's natural for US to be persecuted and pointed at as the unorthodox faction? How can this be? Since when has he been standing there? I didn't even notice their presence. All three of them
are incredible martial masters.
Are you the one in charge of this group? My name is Hyo Muguk. Embarrassingly, I am the one in charge of the Unorthodox Alliance. Nice to meet you, young talents of the Orthodox faction. No way, the Unorthodox Alliance. Unorthodox Alliance. Why is an unorthodox faction leader picking a fight with some passing Orthodox faction brats? How dare that bastard? Picking a fight? That's absurd. Actually, the ones you were talking about just now, the ones called the twin demons of the underworld. We were originally planning to formally invite them to our unorthodox alliance.
Then, while investigating their base today, I just happened to overhear your conversation.
It seems we were one step too late. So, what, are you planning to take revenge? Ha, calm down. It is not like that.
I have also heard some of the unsettling rumors about them.
However, one cannot be certain until meeting them in person.
In any case, if you, who faced them first, felt they were villains who deserved to die, then it is simply karma in the end. I also would never have forgiven them if they were the villains the rumors claimed.
That being said, it is just a pity. Simply because they fell out of favor with the Orthodox Alliance. The current Murim is persecuting them by branding them as the so-called unorthodox faction. We are just. Hey.
I do not care about the unorthodox alliance or whatever, so get lost.
If you bother me one more time, I will kill you.
Unorthodox alliance leader, Hyomuguk.
I remember this bottom feeder too.
That's because he's the same idiot who did the exact same thing in my past life.
He gathered forces claiming to represent the persecuted unorthodox sects.
But in the end, he was a fool who met a futile end after crashing into the Orthodox alliance and getting crushed.
In other words, he is just a bug not even worth dealing with in my plan.
This bastard who deserves to be torn apart.
How dare you say that to him?
White Tiger Hall Master.
Didn't you make a promise to me when we set out on this excursion?
That you would never cause any trouble. As your Dragon Hall Master, you should also withdraw your energy. Regrettably, it seems our start wasn't very good.
I'll leave as you wish. I'm just sorry for ruining the meal. Those nobodies are acting so high and mighty. Is it really okay to treat them like that?
Well, what, should I be trembling before guys like that?
Even if it's the wicked cult, they're just a ragtag bunch of less than a few hundred people.
A few hundred?
A ragtag bunch?
S.A. Begong, are you perhaps mistaken about something? Based on what's generally known, the Unorthodox Alliance is a massive martial group with well over 1,000 members.
What? Muguk. Do you intend to leave those insolent bastards as they are? Calm your anger. You are now the head of a massive force nearing 1,000 members.
There is no reason to endure such insults from a lowlife like that.
I appreciate you thinking of my reputation.
However, this place is strictly the territory of the Orthodox Alliance. If we act recklessly here, all the effort we've put in until now could go to waste. Our purpose is the salvation of those who are wronged and persecuted. It is not to intimidate others.
So for today, let's leave quietly for the sake of this.
If that is your will, we have no choice but to follow.
Unorthodox Alliance.
Despite being a rising power that appeared relatively recently,
they have suddenly emerged as the largest force in the underworld Nurim.
Above all, the goal they pursue is
the salvation and protection of the persecuted unorthodox martial artists.
To those who were innocently criticized just for not belonging to the Orthodox Alliance, this actually gained a great response, and their power grew massive in an instant. Due to their unprecedentedly explosive growth, the Orthodox Alliance is also wary of them. Despite that, they have not been hostile toward the Orthodox Alliance so far. In contrast, they bear a role closer to controlling heinous unorthodox faction members, resulting in a situation where no direct conflict has occurred until now.
Meanwhile, those tense mind games with the Orthodox Alliance continue. Nevertheless,
the Unorthodox Alliance has continued to expand its influence and has now become a massive force of well over 1,000.
That is the extent of what is known about the Unorthodox Alliance.
What is that?
You're lying, right?
Then,
all of that is true? It is even stranger that you do not know. It is one of the biggest incidents in the Nurim recently.
What? Especially Hyomuguk, the Unorthodox Alliance leader we met earlier. He is a great martial master who appeared like a comet recently and has been showing off his immense power. There are even rumors in some circles that he is on the level of the top 10 martial masters of the Orthodox faction. The prominent martial masters of the unorthodox faction were defeated by him.
And they say they are now showing their loyalty. Something is very wrong. It is far too different from the actions of the Unorthodox Alliance that I knew.
It is natural for the people and events I directly intervene to change.
But I have not touched any variables related to the Unorthodox Alliance since my regression. Of course, I did not think everything would fall perfectly into place according to plan.
This variable.
The most serious part is that I cannot understand the reason behind it at all. Can I proceed with my original plan in this situation? Most of my plans were essentially built based on my memories and knowledge of my past life. What if there are other parts that have changed from my past life? Especially if it's related to those demons? Damn it, what the hell went wrong and where? The Unorthodox Alliance? Why are these random bastards popping up and giving me a headache? Did he say Hyo Muguk? I should go after him right now and torture him. Hey! What is it? Why are you getting all worked up by yourself with such a serious look again? No. It's nothing. Nothing, my foot. He looked like he was about to go absolutely wild. Sa Bigong, you. You there, stop. That's. This is the territory of our Azura Green Forest stronghold. If you want to pass through here, you must pay the price. Bandits again. Wow. There are so many bandits outside the academy. Everyone, stay still. What do you want? Hiek. What? That woman. She is truly a peerless beauty. I've never heard that such an incredible beauty exists. I'm warning you in advance. These are martial artists of the Orthodox Alliance on their way to participate in the Heavenly Martial Tournament. I'd rather not shed blood needlessly. So why don't you just back off quietly? You've got a pretty face, but your thorns are quite sharp. So, you're asking me what I want? Hand over yourself and those two girls. As well as have the rest of the men each give up an arm. Then, I'll let you go peacefully. What? His martial arts don't seem particularly great. Even while knowing we belong to the Orthodox faction, he's going this far? It can't be helped then. SPC. Everyone, prepare for battle. Azura Green Forest Stronghold. Attack them. Keep the women alive if possible. You guys were sent by the Unorthodox Alliance, right? Answer me. You. What? I told you to answer, so why are you stuttering? It's annoying. Well, whatever. There are still plenty of guys left to ask. What are you doing? Kill that crazy bastard first. Run. Inspector, shouldn't we go and stop him? No. Leave him. I can't have you guys getting caught up with that madman. Vice Leader. At this rate, we're all going to die. KUGH. Gee, get that thing. The thing we got from the Hall Master. That's enough. You disgusting dog of the Orthodox Alliance. You've probably never seen anything like this before in your life, have you? Now, look closely. This is the divine punishment bestowed upon the likes of you in the Orthodox Alliance. For the unorthodox factio. Sa Bigong. I did it, I did it. With this, I'll also be part of the White Tiger Hall. From now on, answer every one of my questions very carefully and accurately. Where did you get this? I can't believe it. I can't believe the Unorthodox Alliance would do something so petty. Well, I did feel a bit uneasy when we parted ways. But I didn't think they'd try to harm us so openly. Are you coming to your senses now? The unorthodox faction is just the unorthodox faction after all. That's one thing, but about the instructor. I don't know if it's just my imagination. But ever since he met the Unorthodox Alliance leader, he's looked very displeased. Ha! I felt it too. It's like he is in an unprecedentedly bad mood? Did he have some kind of connection with the Unorthodox Alliance in the past? No, that can't be the case. He looked like he didn't know them at all. And even acted like he couldn't believe the things we told him. Anyway, why are we the only ones being told to wait separately? What on earth was that earlier? For an unorthodox faction martial art, both its power and form were far too different. Instructor S.A.B. Gung. Do you know something about them? Did you get the information you wanted? I got some, but it's far from enough. What about the rest? I had them wait a short distance away to keep watch. I see. Good job. Listen carefully, S.A.B. Gung. The fact that you're not in your right mind, and that you're preparing some important plan in the meantime, I am well aware. So seeing you like this isn't particularly surprising. However, I'll give you some advice. If you intend to continue acting as an instructor for the Orthodox Alliance, at least maintain a limit. Because the cadets won't be able to handle that kind of beastly behavior. I'll take your advice to heart. Fine. Then, why don't you explain now? That strange object that guy used. No, should I call it a weapon? What on earth was that? Setting aside its bizarre shape, to think it's an object that emits such powerful light. S.A.B. Gung, you know what that was, don't you? Normally, IT would still be something I can't tell you. But since things have turned out like this, IT can't be helped. This bizarre weapon you mention is not from our Murim. No. It's not something made in this world. What? But more than that, the part one cannot tolerate is. It means it's an item that absolutely must not be discovered at this point in time. Is that true? White Tiger Hall Master? That is correct. Alliance Leader. That man named S.A.B. Gung we encountered the other day. There is a report that he attacked and wiped out the Azura Green Forest stronghold belonging to the Unorthodox Alliance. Do you mean he attacked the peaceful Green Forest stronghold and caused such a tragedy? Yes. Using the excuse of making a name for himself, he treated an innocent person so ruthlessly. Unbelievable. I felt from the first impression that he was unusual. He is a rougher and more dangerous person than I expected. In my heart, I want to go personally and hold him accountable. But for this matter, may I ask you to deal with it? Yes. Without fail. I will return after delivering divine punishment to that disgusting Orthodox faction bastard. I'm counting on you, White Tiger Hall Master. You look like you have a lot on your mind. No, IT is something I have experienced several times already. The tyranny of the Orthodox faction who only care about fame. There is nothing to worry about, Seo Reihyang. Our grand dream cannot be broken. With just this much.
White Tiger Hall Master.
Do you have any idea what you've done? Unorthodox Alliance. Black Tortoise Hall Master. Dako Jin. I have no idea what you're talking about. Shu Hiryong. Don't play dumb.
I already know you incited the Green Forest stronghold under your command to attack them. Not only that, you even tried to cover up your failure by sending a false report to the Alliance leader.
Just how long are you going to keep acting on your own? So what if I did? Dakojin, you only say that because you weren't there.
Somewhat behind the ears brat of an instructor dared to mock and insult our Lord to his face.
And he did it right in front of the cadets he was teaching. Just wait.
Now that I have our Lord's permission, I will personally tear him limb from limb.
Phew. That idiot.
I don't care if a pathetic group like the Green Forest stronghold disappears, but
the biggest problem right now is those Orthodox faction bastards are still alive and well.
Now that the Unorthodox Alliance is establishing itself as the center of the entire Unorthodox faction,
we attacked the Orthodox faction cadets first and lost?
If word of this spreads, the Unorthodox Alliance's reputation and authority will be shaken.
Do you understand the general situation? Blood Knight sect leader?
Yes, Hall Master.
We need your help for the future of the Unorthodox Alliance. Blood Knight sect.
We need the strength of the former top assassin organization of the Unorthodox faction.
We are now part of the Unorthodox Alliance. Give us your orders. Eliminate that Orthodox faction instructor named S.A. Gong and all of his companions.
Use any means necessary, and be as quick as possible, before the White Tiger Hall Master ruins things with another foolish move.
Ha! Camping out again tonight. At least we have a roof over our heads, right? True. And I'm getting used to camping now. Inspector. Where is the instructor?
He said he was tired and went to sleep early.
Don't worry about him. Now, if you're done eating, let's start cleaning up. Ghost Shadow Manor Ghost Shadow number 7. Listen carefully, number 7. During the training journey, you are to follow S.A. Gang and keep him under strict surveillance. By myself? The rest of us, including myself, must leave to verify the information S.A. Gang provided. For now, you are the only one available. In case he gave us false information, make sure you don't lose him until we return.
Geez, the deputy master is too much. Telling me to follow these brats around all by myself.
Well, it has been surprisingly interesting.
Like when those Green Forest Alliance bastards attacked at the first campsite. Or when they met the Unorthodox Alliance leader Hyo Muguk. And the day before yesterday, when they met those guys with the weird weapons.
Was it just my imagination? Are all the preparations complete?
Yes, sect leader. Except for one cadet on night watch, we have confirmed that all targets are asleep.
All 25 members of the Blood Knight sect are in position and awaiting orders. Just give the word, and we can assassinate them all in a single breath. Good work. But do not let your guard down until the end.
According to the reports, S.A. Gang is at least a peak-level martial artist.
It wasn't just my imagination. You. Who are you? What? Shush.
You shouldn't make so much noise while others are sleeping.
Ah. What a pain, seriously. Yo. Hard at work in the middle of the night, I see. What, you were awake? Of course I was awake. Normally, I would have handled it myself. But I was just watching because a little frog was working so hard. Damn it. I thought so. I stepped in because I thought you might be outmatched against professional assassins, but I guess I worried for nothing. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Maybe not for me, but it might have actually been too much for those naive kids. So, can you tell who these guys are? Let's see. Based on their numbers and the martial arts they used, in all likelihood, they're from the Blood Knight sect. They were a fairly famous assassin group in the Unorthodox faction. I heard they recently joined the Unorthodox Alliance unofficially. Seems like it was true. Cuckoo. I see. So it's the Unorthodox Alliance again? Changsha, Hunan Province. Phew. At least we can sleep comfortably today. Instructor, should we look for an inn nearby? Sure, just find a decent place. There is no need for that. On the outskirts of this city, there is a manor owned by my clan. It will be much better than any inn. Let's stay there tonight. I will lead the way. A manor. Whoa. Wow. Damn. Welcome, young lady. It's been a while, Outer Pavilion Master. Was your journey here without trouble? There were a few clashes, but we arrived safely. Please ensure my companions can rest comfortably here. I will escort you. This way. Ah, yes. So this is the Sword Flash Mock clan. It's incredible. They have several more places like this too. Now then, everyone, rest well on your own for tonight. I will relay the future schedule in the morning. Prestigious clans? Sure are nice. Since that day, I haven't missed a single day of energy accumulation training. But I still feel like I'm stagnating. Perhaps I am still. Thank you. It was a great help. Yes. Well then, excuse me. Instructor. Why are you wandering around alone so late at night? It's a rare day when you can rest comfortably. Ha ha. I just couldn't seem to fall asleep. Instructor. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Well, it is about time for you to start whining again. Still, from what I can see, it seems you've been consistently doing your energy accumulation training since then. It's about time to move on to the next stage. Really? However, can you really follow my orders this time without any complaints? If you cannot trust me completely, I can no longer teach you. I will trust you. I will never doubt you again. I promise. Is that so? Fine. Then, I'll explain the second stage. Yes. Anything. Discard your sword, Dan Lijiang. From now on, your weapon is not a sword, but a bow. Pardon? A bow? You mean this? Yes. That. From now on, practice archery instead of swordsmanship. What? Instructor, I've never even held a bow in my life. Let me explain. Do you remember what I said before about your unique constitution? Yes, you said that the size of my mind meridian is too large compared to my inner energy. Correct.
That's why you've been fighting by using energy accumulation to release it all at once. However, as you've probably started to realize, that is a terribly inefficient method. It's especially so with your clan swordsmanship, which gradually overwhelms the opponent with a fluid offensive. The swordsmanship of the one-star sword clan is even more incompatible with you. On the other hand, the basis of archery is gathering strength and then releasing it all at once.
It is an ideal match for your constitution.
But, with just that,
that's not all.
Your natural reflexes, field of vision, and even the shape of your bones match perfectly too. In every aspect, you possess the qualities of an archer.
Even if you tell me that so suddenly. It hasn't even been a few minutes since you shouted that you trust me unconditionally, yet you're already hesitating? But I understand.
It's never easy for a martial artist to change weapons overnight.
Let alone go from a sword to a bow. I'll give you some time to think. However, let me tell you this one thing in advance. If you pick up the bow, you will be the next strongest under heaven.
If you remain bound to the sword, you will be a mere commoner who struggles to even become a peak realm martial artist.
That is you, Dan Lijiang. A bow. How could this be? A stroll in the middle of the night. What brings you out here? Why? I should have moments like this occasionally. It's a night when I can finally relax and rest. Well, that's true.
At the very least, no matter how bold those unorthodox alliance bastards are. If they were to send assassins into the manor of the Sword Flash Ma clan, it would mean all-out war.
You knew? How could I not?
They were radiating such ominous bloodlust.
But since your subordinate stepped forward, I just stayed back and watched. It seems we've already become their targets. If we keep getting attacked like this, eventually, that simply won't do. Don't worry, Mei Xiaolin. What is it? It's an intruder. Just sitting back and taking hits is definitely not my style.
This time it's our turn to raise some hell.
You bastards. You. Aren't you going to help? You started this on your own, so why should I? How cold. Well, actually. I don't really need help anyway. Stop. That's enough meaningless commotion. Please come up, guests. Unorthodox Alliance Azure Dragon Hall Master. Yu Songryong. I never expected you to come find me first.
Just what kind of nerve do you have?
Instructor S.A. Begone? Phew. This is good. Is this Dukong wine? Answer the question. Additionally, how did you find out about this place? What do you mean, how? It's not like you were hiding it.
Your brothel is quite famous around here. They say even though it opened recently, it's so flashy and the service is so excellent that it surpasses all the nearby competitors.
There are more than a few people who suspect it's under the protection of the unorthodox faction.
Well, since the Orthodox Alliance's influence is relatively weak here in the Hunan region, it wouldn't be impossible.
Coming here knowing all that. Does that mean you really intend to take on the Unorthodox Alliance? Don't make me laugh. Weren't you the ones who started playing tricks first? If you hadn't been so rude to my lord that day. Is that why you even sent professional assassins? Was the rudeness toward your lord so insulting that you had to try and massacre cadets who aren't even adults yet? Professional assassins? What are you talking about? Are you going to play dumb? You were the ones who suddenly appeared before our group while we were resting and intruded on our conversation. The ones who tried to cause trouble by using Green Forest Alliance underlings. And the ones who went as far as sending professional assassins. Nonsense. That's impossible. On the contrary, the Alliance leader even stopped US from trying to retaliate against you. How shameless. Are you still going to deny it even after seeing this? Spit it out. Where did you people get this? Why you? Not only did you insult the Alliance leader, you even dare to come into the Unorthodox Alliance's territory and pull a stunt like this. You lot are no different from the hypocrites who have been persecuting US all this time. Ha! Finally showing your true colors. So you want to fight? Ugh. I wasn't paying much attention to her, but her inner energy alone is on par with mine. No, maybe even more. To think there is such an unknown martial master among the women of the Orthodox faction? Even so, I won't lose to such petty people. I told you to answer the question. This. Where did you get it? I'm the one asking the question here. Is it okay to leave it like this? Why? Should I have just finished her off right then and there? Based on how you've acted so far, I naturally thought you would. Well, I did intend to when I first barged in. But she seemed to know absolutely nothing about that object. And here I thought she held a fairly high position in the Unorthodox Alliance. It seems these Unorthodox Alliance bastards aren't as united as they look. Well, I'm not so sure about that. S.A.B. Gong. And the nameless wench beside him. For the crime of daring to insult the heavens of the Unorthodox Alliance. I will tear you both to shreds. Unorthodox Alliance White Tiger Hall Master. Shu Hiryong. I'll be able to get a proper answer this time. Yu Songryong. Yu Songryong. Is it true that S.A.B. Gung barged in here? Get a hold of yourself, Yu Songryong. Where did that bastard S.A.B. Gung go? I will lead the main force to hunt him down and get revenge. So? No. You mustn't get involved with him anymore. White Tiger Hall Master. Please, I beg you, just forget about him now. Otherwise, everyone will die. Pathetic. How can someone who serves as a pillar of the Unorthodox Alliance act so disgracefully? Just you wait. Even if I have to search the entire city, I will find him. White Tiger Hall Master. The White Tiger Hall that I lead is filled with the elite, hand-picked and trained from the toughest martial artists in the Unorthodox Alliance. Today is the day I finally kill you. S.A.B. Gung. Why? Why is this happening?
Now! Surround her from all sides and crush her. Charge at her even if you have to lose an arm. We are the White Tiger Hall, the strongest elite of the Unorthodox Alliance. Surround me? Elites? With just this level of skill? Didn't you say you'd kill me? Go ahead. Keep trying. I can leave that side to her without any worries. Well, despite how she looks, she is a peak realm martial master after all. Now then. Shall we finish what we were doing? Mr. Executive of the Unorthodox Alliance? I can't believe it. He handled all my ultimate techniques as if he was playing with a child, even though I'm a peak realm martial master. And more than that. How can someone from the Orthodox faction be so ruthless? This young brat who barely looks 20. Is he actually a supreme peak realm martial master? What's wrong? You were radiating such bloodlust earlier, as if you'd met your mortal enemy. I suppose you never expected this, since you brought plenty of subordinates whom you call elites. You even came equipped with a suspicious but powerful weapon. You never thought you'd end up like this, did you? You. Hand it over. That is a divine weapon of our unorthodox alliance. Azura ferocious tiger fist art. Roaring mountain splitting strike. Divine weapon, my ass. Have you guys ever seriously thought about what this really is? These strange weapons that have never been seen or heard of before. Who made them and where they came from? Have you ever given it a single serious thought, you idiots? What on earth are you talking about? Whatever. At least you seem to know more than that woman did. I'll make sure you confess everything you know. Don't even think about closing your eyes in peace until then. You insect. I told you. Today, you'll die here. Unorthodox Alliance Leader. I am sorry. Mei Sialan. Ha? If you pick up the bow, you will be the next strongest under heaven. If you remain bound to the sword, you will be a mere commoner who struggles to even become a peak realm martial artist. That is you, Dan Lijiang. To think I must abandon the sword to become stronger. How could that be? I said I would never doubt the instructor's teachings again. But even so, this is. Actually, the reason I first wanted to become strong was. You've been practicing until now? Father. Your posture has definitely become more stable. You've been practicing hard. I'm truly relieved. Unlike me, your incompetent father who took forever to learn even a single technique. You have a clear talent for martial arts. I'm so glad. However, if only you had been born into a prestigious clan instead of an obscure martial clan like ours. Your talent would have shone much brighter. Don't say such things, father. I'll become strong as quickly as possible. And I'll make the great martial arts of our one-star sword clan known throughout the entire Miram. No matter how strong I get, if I abandon our clan swordsmanship, father will be so disappointed. What on earth is that? Barrier. Mei Sialan, are you hurt? Ha?
No. That's a relief. That crazy bastard. I can't believe he actually blew himself up.
He didn't seem like such an incredible martial master.
Even if he was aiming for mutual destruction, how could the explosive power be this great?
It has nothing to do with his level. This wasn't an explosion caused by martial arts, but by a tool.
What? Are you talking about a thunderclap bomb or a fire bomb? Don't be ridiculous. This is nothing like those. That thing? Could it be what you mentioned before? Yes. It's just like the one from before. It's one of those alien armaments that came from another world, not from the Central Plains Murim. So, what exactly is this other world? Why don't you give me a proper explanation now? Is that the fragment of an armament? Are you going to keep hiding things even in this situation? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
I've already experienced bizarre things I've never heard of twice now.
Why wouldn't I believe you? Just tell me and get it over with. Fine, I'll tell you. Then, first, if I tell you that in 10 years, the Central Plains Murim will be destroyed, would you believe it? Are you joking with me right now? As expected. Let's just forget I said anything. Whatever, fine. Regardless of what happens. I'm planning to wipe out those bastards from the Unorthodox Alliance right now. Is that true?
The White Tiger Hall Master
has passed away? I have no excuse, leader.
The White Tiger Hall Master, Shuhiryon, led all the members of the White Tiger Hall to attack Isae-Begon, but everyone, including the Hall Master himself, was annihilated.
Are you certain?
For a martial master of his caliber.
Could it be?
Although it was from a distance, I confirmed it clearly myself through the sacred treasure. There's no need to mention that his subordinates were blown to pieces because of that idiot's self-destruction.
Isae-Begon. Was that man really that strong? Sigh.
I am sorry to report this, but
it is suspected that Isae-Begon is also someone who has obtained the power of a sacred treasure, just like us.
The power he uses was quite alien for a martial artist of the Orthodox faction. Furthermore, his attitude suggested he knows something about the power of the sacred treasure. Perhaps, the reason he is poking around our unorthodox alliance is to target another sacred treasure.
I understand, Hall Master Dako. For now, please handle the aftermath. So that the subordinate martial artists do not become agitated. As you command. Are you all right? To be honest, I am not. Hirayong
had such a fiery temperament ever since we first met.
Back then, he was about to face a life and death duel after getting into a dispute with martial artists of the Orthodox faction. We became connected after I barely managed to intervene and save him. I remember.
After that, he joined us, saying he would repay the favor.
That's right.
He joined earlier than any of the 4 Hall Masters. And he contributed his strength more passionately than anyone else. If it weren't for him, the current unorthodox alliance would not even exist. Therefore, I can no longer leave Isae-Begon alone.
How could I possibly fathom your feelings, leader? As I mentioned before,
we are on the verge of securing the most important sacred treasure.
An existence with an aura so powerful that it could change everything around it in an instant.
It is surely incomparable to any of the heaven-sent opportunities we have found so far.
How about taking that power first before seeking revenge? Are you saying that securing that sacred treasure takes priority over revenge for Hirayong?
I am simply worried about your safety, leader.
It seems I must look quite unreliable to you. I have spoken out of turn. Please forgive me. How could I blame you?
I know better than anyone the hard work you've put in, having been as dedicated as Hiryong. It's just that, the idea of all this being due to my own shortcomings.
Leader. Why do you say such disappointing things, leader? I. Ho ho. It has been a long time since I last saw you.
Vermilion Bird Hall Master.
Unorthodox Alliance Vermilion Bird Hall Master A.K. Changwi.
I will take charge of the revenge for the White Tiger Hall Master.
So you should go ahead and achieve the great cause, leader. Unorthodox Alliance. So this is the headquarters of the Unorthodox Alliance. It seems we've come to the right place. Did you notice? Well, yeah. There's no way those bastards would be this quiet otherwise. The timing is too perfect. It's as if they knew we were coming. Even if they did know, would a group as big as the Unorthodox Alliance really just run away? It looks like at least a few of them didn't run. What? I didn't expect you to notice me immediately. You're.
Welcome to the Unorthodox Alliance, young ones. I am the Vermilion Bird Hall Master, A.K. Changwi.
A.K. Changwi. Could he be the demon-slaying Yama, A.K. Changwi? Oh ho! You know this old man's name? Ho ho! How could I not? That massive greatsword that's over 6 feet long. And above all else,
the hero who fought the Azura blood demon, the left protector of the demonic cult, for 3 days and nights before finally defeating him. To recognize that achievement, the Orthodox Alliance leader
personally bestowed the title Demon-Slaying Yama. It's a famous story.
Why would someone who is practically a hero of the Orthodox Alliance be in the Unorthodox Alliance?
Ho ho ho! What meaning does the past have now?
I belong to the Unorthodox Alliance now, and I am here to stop you.
That is all. Well said, old man.
I don't care if you were a war hero or part of the Orthodox faction. I only came here to finish things with the Unorthodox Alliance.
Hyo Muguk, where is he? The Alliance leader has headed off to obtain another heaven-sent opportunity. Heaven-sent opportunity? What else should I call them if not heaven-sent opportunities?
Those incredible divine weapons that even I have never heard of in all my years. He said a sacred treasure emitting the most powerful energy would be somewhere around the Hubei region.
The second request you made to my sect. Somewhere between Hubei and Chongqing, an environment that is transformed into a bizarre and alien form. Did those bastards give information to that side too? You gave US that information quite easily. Weren't you here to stop US? Well, this much should be fine. Since you're all going to die here anyway. Now then, farewell. Mei Xiaolin, stay back. Magic arrow.
I see. They said you defeated the White Tiger Hall Master alone. Your martial prowess is extraordinary for your age. Cut the useless flattery, old man. Sucking up now won't change the fact that I have no intention of letting you live. Ho ho, you're so full of spite. However, I'm afraid that's what I should be saying. For the sake of the great, 'cause you must die here. I shall show you why I earned the title Demon Slaying Yama. Unorthodox Alliance Black Tortoise Hall Master Dakojin. Hall Master, preparations are complete. By now, he should have arrived at our headquarters. The Vermilion Bird Hall Master is likely dealing with him well. But we can't just keep taking hits one-sidedly. This time, it's your turn to have things taken from you, Essay Begang. Black Tortoise Hall, begin the attack. Inspector May and I are planning to head out now. We might return before dawn at the earliest. Or it could take a few days. Well, regardless of how long it takes. If an emergency breaks out while we're gone, I'll leave you in command, Yan Wukyung. Both lead instructors are leaving at the same time? Even if we're on a break, we're still in the middle of the training journey. What are you two doing? Don't tell me you two have actually developed feelings for each other? Ugh, I didn't see you that way, but have you been having such impure thoughts all this time? The way you two are acting is more than enough to cause a misunderstanding. If you have time to worry about that, you should take better care of your fiancé. Ha! How do you know about that? Well then, I'm counting on you, I trust you. Wait. Why does it have to be me? This is the Sword Flash Mott clan's territory to begin with, so shouldn't you ask her instead? That might be more effective at this very moment. But ultimately, IT will be your responsibility to lead those guys in the future. Think of it as practice. Why do you think that? Are you really asking because you don't know? Whether it's your background or your martial arts skills, either way, you will eventually have no choice but to stand in a position where you lead people. Even if you deny it, that won't change. Take this opportunity to experience it. The sense of responsibility that comes with being a leader. "15 minutes earlier. We've been attacked." An attack? What's happening all of a sudden? Everyone, assemble. An attack? For real? Who on earth? Is everyone here? Listen, it's an emergency. A large group is currently launching an attack on this manor. A moment ago, they launched a fire attack from outside the manor. We have already discovered and eliminated some assassins who try to infiltrate. However, it is expected that the main force of at least several dozen will soon continue the full-scale assault. Is the attacker the Unorthodox Alliance after all? Ugh. It's not certain, but given the circumstances, it's highly likely. These crazy people? Are they really trying to start a war? Pavilion Master, how many martial artists are in the manor? Including myself, there are about 15 first-rate martial artists. But most of the other employees are ordinary people who don't know martial arts. Since both lead instructors are absent, I will take temporary command as previously instructed. Any objections? Then I will give the orders. Yom Jeriang, Jo Muntak. You two go to the back gate of the manor and support the Mott clan's martial artists to secure an escape route. Leave it to US. Danawa, you're with me. We'll move through the manor and repel the enemies. Got it. Nung Soso, Dan Liejung. You too. Gather the employees and maidservants who don't know martial arts. And take them to escape through the back gate.
Wait, I can stay and fight, too. Denied.
Given that the nature of your martial arts aren't suited for prolonged combat, you'll only be a hindrance if you stay here. Focus on helping Nung Soso evacuate and protect the non-combatants as quickly as possible.
No, but.
This is an emergency where everyone's lives are at stake, Dan Lijiang.
Throw away your stupid pride. Do you believe Instructor S.A. Begon will somehow handle it this time too? Wake up! He's not here right now. That is all for the instructions. Everyone, the top priority is important. But not a single one of you is to die. Let's go, Joe Muntak. Yeah. Lijiang. Let's go too. Yeah, okay. Stop them. Is everyone okay? Young lady. I'm sorry I'm late.
We'll take care of the enemies infiltrating the interior now, so everyone, please stay safe.
That's one of the targets. Capture him. I've already cut down over 20 of them, but their momentum isn't slowing down at all. He definitely just looked at me and called me one of the targets. If that's the case, then as expected. The target isn't the Sword Flash Mach clan, but Wookieung. Behind you. Ugh. Wookieung.
I was going to try and capture you alive if possible, considering the potential for future negotiations.
You are far too skilled. If I try to capture you half-heartedly, I'll lose too many of my subordinates. That attack just now. And this pressure. That man. Is at least a peak realm martial master? I will take your life with my own hands. The successor of the destructive Sword Yun clan, Yun Wookieung. Everyone, please hang in there a bit longer. We'll only be safe once we're as far away from the manor as possible. What about the other guests? Don't worry. My other friends will surely join us safely.
This is an emergency where everyone's lives are at stake, Dan Lijiang.
Do you believe Instructor S.A. Begon will somehow handle it this time too? Wake up! He's not here right now. Instructor. Don't say that, Father. I'll get stronger as soon as possible. And I'll spread the great martial arts of our one-star sword clan throughout the Miram. Thank you, Lijiang. However, if you're going to get stronger anyway, I would like you to become strong to protect others rather than for the clan's name.
The thing I regretted most due to my shallow martial arts skills
wasn't being ignored by others or not being famous. Having to watch someone precious to me in danger with my own two eyes, while being completely helpless. That became a lifelong regret of mine.
Please grow strong, Lijiang,
so that no matter what crisis comes, you can protect your people. So. I'm sorry. I'll leave this to you. I'm so sorry. Lijiang. You can't go. Die. You filthy orthodox bastards. Stop right there. That guy is As expected, quite impressive. You reached this level before even reaching adulthood. However, you haven't quite shed the air of a young master from a prestigious clan yet. Wookiyoung. Farewell, rising martial artist of the Orthodox faction. Danoa. Stop right now. You dare to harm him even while knowing he is the successor of the destructive Sword Yun clan. You. Are you confident you can handle the wrath of the destructive Sword Yun clan? Your loyalty to your comrade is quite impressive. Or should I call it the bond between prestigious clans? Mok Danoa, the eldest daughter of the Sword Flash Mok clan. That's a foolish question. Did you think I invaded without knowing this was the manner of the Sword Flash Mok clan? Honestly, I'm surprised. I didn't know the Unorthodox Alliance's intelligence was this good. It's not that surprising. Until just a few years ago, I was one of the inspectors belonging to the Orthodox Alliance. There are probably few who know the personnel records of your Orthodox Alliance as well as I do. You betrayed the Orthodox Alliance and became an executive of the Unorthodox faction? How foolish. Betrayal? You call it betrayal. Indeed. That's exactly the kind of thing a young lady from a prestigious clan who knows nothing would say. If you knew even a lick of how corrupt the current Orthodox Alliance is, you wouldn't dare say such a thing. What are you? Furthermore, you lot are from the top representative prestigious clans of the Orthodox Alliance, the destructive Sword Yun clan and the Sword Flash Mok clan. Your clans are no exception either. How dare a mere turncoat insult my clan? Danoa, stop, I'm his only target. No, I've changed my mind. I've decided to cut off both your heads and send them to your respective clans. Wookiyoung, step back. I'll. Dodge. Dan Lijiang. An ordinary man who would struggle to even become a peak realm martial master if bound to the sword. But the greatest under heaven when holding a bow. That is exactly who you are, Dan Lijiang. Who? Just as a newborn baby naturally learns how to breathe. Every single movement feels familiar, as if I've been doing it for a long time. More than anything, when I inject energy to fire the bow, the process of gathering energy feels completely natural. You continuously accumulate inner energy, then pour it out in a single strike. So, that's what he meant. Instructor. What is that monster? Dan Lijiang. Did you say Dan Lijiang? The only son of the One-Star Sword Clan. That can't be. The One-Star Sword Clan is supposed to be a prestigious sword clan. Besides, I heard he couldn't even use martial arts properly due to a congenital problem. Humph, why are you babbling like you know everything? Yun Wookiyoung, the evacuation and securing of the retreat path for non-combatants are complete, so I've come to support you. This is impossible. To think the operation of our Black Tortoise Hall is being blocked by a mere few cadets. This doesn't fit my calculations. There's no way this could happen. You bastards, who the hell are you? Take this chance to feel it.
The sense of responsibility that comes with being a leader. If you want to know who we are, ask that irresponsible instructor. All members of the SPC. Annihilate the intruders. Change of plans. Kill them all and leave no witnesses. They will become an obstacle to the unorthodox alliance in the future. You, filthy brat of the orthodox faction. Do you really think someone like you can stop our great cause? You're just a young master who's lived off nothing but luck that you were born with. Today, I will completely sever the lineage of the destructive Sword Yun clan right here.
That won't be happening.
Ugh. His momentum has completely changed. It's as if he's become a different person. Could it be? His techniques are being tempered.
Through actual combat.
Supreme Dragon Sword Art.
Third technique. This is air-rending consecutive strikes. The bloodline of the greatest clan in the orthodox faction.
I'll protect them, Father.
Just as you told me to. Whoa. I really thought I was going to die this time. Where the hell is that instructor at a time like this? Well, if that man finds out we pulled off such an incredible fight, he'll probably be shocked out of his mind, right? Ha, as if that man would ever do that. Instructor S.A. Begung. Just when are you going to return? Frozen wave. What is this? Am I dreaming right now? What on earth is this unrealistic sight? Blink. You crazy old man. Are you planning to burn down your own house? Give it a rest.